Dobro jutro, moje legende, dobro da mi došli. Kiša je ljeva kod mene, mjesto snijeg pljusak, znači, nemam šta raditi. Evo malo potraju uvod, nadam se da razumijete, baš me potrlo u WC kad sam bio na 6. minuti live. Tako da, evo, dobro mi došli svi, bolje vas našao, pozdrav svi, vjerni moji pratitelji, znači, ono što je kada je legenda, znači idemo dalje, znači danas nećemo se patati glavne misije, skoro smo dobili svo oružje što smo trebali, idemo od početka da to izgleda ne nakaradno ovako, onako, već od početka ćemo čistiti sve upitnike, tako se je nazvao live, znači da idemo sve redom, znači čistimo, mislim, opis live-a, zna se gore po Vesta dole, to već razumijete, jel? Idemo lagano, znači da krenemo live. Uživajte mi, ljudi. Danas sinoć je bio 12 sati, ne znam, možda i danas. Tako da, bit će vrlo interesantno. Ja znam da evo, koliko smo kroz tamo, 10 sati, odlično. Ja mislim da sam sve napravio, nisam bacio šećer, karet. Možda jesam, ne mogu se sjeći, čekaj probam. Malo prejako, ovo je prejako. Jučer smo lijepo je bilo lajkova, hvala vam srca, pregleda, svega, svaka čast, ljudi. Podržajte me, sad kažem, ne znam koliko vi u live-u 1000 pregleda. Baš ti znači, bilo je dosta ljudi došlo, ne moji vjerni, već ovi dodatni ljudi koji gledaju, znači, da li što je bio toliko interesantan live, da li što sam dugo live-ovo, da li nemam pojma uglavnom. Dosta je ljudi posjetilo, znači, hiljada, ne mogu se sad sjetiti, jutro sam pregledavao, stvarno je, ne znam zašto ne pregled toliki, ali kao, bilo i ne pogledalo, ne znam kako mislim pogledalo, možda nije direktno unišao live da bude pregled već onak formalno, ne znam kako to YouTube radi. Ovdje imamo, samo ćemo završiti ovu glavnu misiju i onda ćemo da se odlučimo tamo dalje, jer nemamo ni oružje, čak moramo dosta navrati cvijeća. Znači, to cvijeće što berem, gdje da je potrebno, znači. Vrate, sinoć kad smo naletli na onog velikog, je haus živi. Ajde, šta je sad? Waiting? Sapešec. Otkud u porbidru već, brat? Lijepo sam sepu izašao. Sepu izašao, znači, ima šta, nisi bio tu, jesi bio tu. Dobro, možda je tamo druga, pošto je tamo more i možda druga izgled mape i to, pa za to. Moramo čekati, da se da nećemo dugo čekati. Ja, također malo ću smanjiti igru, samo sekundu jednu. Jel, vidio sam sinoć, sam malo gledao live, prebučno je. Ja se čujem manje, a igre se čujem, lijepo je se to tkivat sve, jel, ali ne mora biti toliko bučno. Dakle, ćemo smanjiti malo u mesu. Ajde, hoćeš šta šet više je. Ja ovako kad šerate vidi, brate. Ne stavi odmah šećer, jebem ti šećer. Ajde čovječe, šta je ovo to? Jebote, pa to sam se mogao 20 minuta naigrati. Šta je sad? Ko je problem, jebem? Sinovi smo završili, izašli. Moram moći ovo čekati. Nije do mene, već do Steama je. Sad nije bitno već bolje sredit nego remake remaster Zero Dawn. Tu smo imali dosta problema, ali ovdje ne vjerujem da trebala bude. Mreža nam je dobra, drop 0,00, 17, 2, 17, 17, 3, 17, znači vrlo jaka, mreža je dobra danas, jest da je kiša, ali mreža je dobra, što je najvažnije, jel? Nisam sjeo puno da pojačajem mikrofon, da kričim, urlam, jel, ovdje, po običaju, što drugi rade, jel, nije im to potrebno. Dovoljno da se čujemo i se razumijemo. Ajde, Ne volim da čujem na live-u, a stvarno ovo sad me nervira. Ja moram do toliko čekati, šta je ovo? Šta je sa tim Steamom? Što smo otkrili ove achievement na bog te. Ajde, još jedan. Tri, ali ima još da otkrijemo ovi. Kartice imamo 2, 4, aha, ima još. Peče izašao 4, dobro. Čekaj da vidim koliko sam ja prešao, mogla biti. Koliko sam ove kartice otvorio. 16, uglavnom 16 od 80, ovo je. A gdje s karce? Gdje ode? 5 radi card left to collect. 5 je ostalo da kolektujemo. Neka specijalno zvijena. Pojma, vidimo gdje smo pogriješili. Da otkrijemo. Sad me stvarno nerviraš. Evo, 22 minuta, čekam. Ne znam šta čekam. Ajde, vola, pa nije ovo Zero Dawn, pa vi bez treba da to sredi ta igra. Šta ga zezaš je? Čekaj da vidim. Ovako čeka toliko obavaš, man. Šta oni ovdje zajebaju, ja nemam pojma. Ajde. Tvori taj Steam. Što ću ovo stopira, pa ćem ponovno. A kakav lost, nema šta će izgub lost? Šta lost? A ga zajebajš jeboga ti. Evo te čekam, nikad unići u igru. Hajde, play, pobogu, brate. A kaže šta ima toliko ga prebrojavati, priključavati, mapu raširavati, šta već. Ajde, continue. Moj sad da ga razglavaš. Ej, jebi ga sad. Jebem ti. Ništa, što da radimo, moramo čekati, jebi ga. Daćemo. Ništa radi, moramo čekati. Šta da radi? Nije do mene da sam znao da će biti ovako upalevi pri igru. I sad vidjeli ste, kad izađem i opet on idem isto, znači, ništa neću uspjeti. Mi da prekinem vlada krene, kad ono krene ponovo istiđe ovo sve. Nekad se ne vidio da ima neka mrvica malo, ne znam, je li imalo se pomerilo, nisam ni vidio. Jao, dok učitaj sad taj dio mapi, majko Božja. Pola sata, mogu sam već preizbiji misije. Ali ga razvlači, brate. Dobro, ova igra je izašla, ovo je novi, ajde ono stara, remaster, remakeovana, pa zajebana mape. Ali šta je s ovom igrom, brate? Ona treba da zviđi da radi. Ona zviđi malo. Šta vam pokazuje, objašnjaj nešto. Hoćeš, lutko moja, napuniti, hoćeš, krenut negdje sajram, ajde. Jao, kada je mapa puna bagova, pa toliko je treba učitavati. Jes mi drago kad ovako moram čekati. Ono isto ko kad uzmeti doktor, ono kad vati zube, ali meni ko da vati nokte iz nogu, ako sad jedan pojam kad ovako moram čekati. A krenim live. Šta ti hoćeš koji đavo i studio i sve šta, a sad ekscelent. Ima, evo, pričam ja, nema tona, kaže, moraš pričati ili da igra radi. Radi moja tetka. Jao, ma trebao sam uzeti lovat prije mapu igra, kad uniš igra, ona mora laupat. Ja uzeo kontinje, sad zajebaj kontinje. Bolje da sam uzeo load game. A ništa, onda će sve razjebati. Onda će biti čeka ovo, pa čeka ono, onda će zajebat sve. Ej, ali me handri ovaj Steam, jebem ti Steam i sve. Kako ne mogu srediti igre, a ne mogu da vjerujem je. Kuda iza igra izašla, kuda je stara milijardu godina, jebe. Brat. Povrati me, jel? Hoćeš li, lutko moja, to jednom kontinuje staviti. Pa Bog te poljubio 35 minuta u live. Da ja ne gledam vremenski live, pa hajde. Au, brat. Šta? Jebem ti igru sve. Pa šta, opet će morat učitavati kad budem ulazio u mapu. Ma evo, ja vidim kako ide brže. Ne znam ni koji sam bio, gdje sam se udarao. Ja ako izaberem tamo lud, onda morat će ponos onom da li mu dati. Pa sepu ja, ali ako uzmeš lot sobog, onda nema više tamo.
Bolje nego čekati.
Eto.
Sat vremena. Ili hoćeš da čekaš.
Valjda će napuniti, ajde. Poće se udara ponovo sa onom životinjom jebu. Ježi jebem. Pa sepu sam jebom, moja mater. Kod onog i onda ugasio.
Eto da loada je taj save i to je to.
Pa to je ta mapa onda. To je to, nešto.
Zapiju, bit će ti opet brže nego to.
Jao, brate slatki. Jao, razbio bi sve sad. Boga mi. Još ako i to sad ne bude kako treba, onda ću stvarno popisati. Te šerdi sve. Njeboti. Kad sam vas imao predstavu 0:0, pola 1. Dajte sad naći kontinent. Ovo je bio ulaz. Evo ovdje sam se borio.
Ne, ide u onaj gornji skroz save.
Quick.
Tu, već. Loada, već. Sad ako ti ne ubi ravno lijevi. Znači, puno ga napuno.
Jest.
Pa napuno ga puno. Sad više puno.
Evo vidjeti.
Samo tu sad.
A tu je i bilo. Nije mrno. O, majko bogova. A jes mi drago ovako gledam. Ljepota ga biti. Ništa, stavit ću biraj back, da ne čekate i vi, biraj back dok krene igra. Da puno ne razlabam. Evo ljudi, radi sad. Jedva smo ušli ovaj shader, ali mi ide na živce i ovaj Steam. Pozdrav Foxy. Pozdrav legenda, živim zdrbio. Dobro jutro Foxy, se spavao. Morao sam unazad, sad sam opet moram udarati s onom budaletinom. S onom životinjom. Znači morao sam 3-4 sejva ići unazad, prođe mi džaba sat igre. Jao, Bože dragi. Ali dobro, ajde, nema veze. Važno je da unušla igra, da idemo dalje, vidjeti što je taj dio. Znači, gdje je okean tamo. Znači, danas čistimo sve redom. Ajde, prvo ćemo tu završiti uglavnom misiju i onda idemo se uzeti ovi ostali upitnika posla, pa ćemo biti dalje. Ništa me ne vrijedi, znači, da vidimo, o tome ne treba. Eto, nic, dobro, to ništa. Kako ja nemam oni, čekaj da vidimo ovdje, jel imam ja da kraftujem energiju, recimo. Šta nema dovoljno ovi medicine. Ko bi ja kraftovao sam nešto, aj dobro. Da vidimo dalje. To treba nešto popraviti, ništa. Da vidimo. Mada ne vjerujem da imam ništa da pojačam. Ali evo da vidimo, ajde. Poklepem da vidimo šta moramo mi kraftovati ovo strelu, nema boga da kraftujemo, ovo se nam hvala, aj može. A već drugi level ne možemo. Šta je s ovim? Moramo ovo kraftovat, možemo. Ok, a već ovaj nam ne da. Znači moramo faktički sve po jedno, ovo ne da. Jedino da uvacimo ono, sad vidimo, možda možemo baciti. Da malo pojačamo, sad će opet se morati udarati s onom budalom, ono velikom, jao Bože. Čekaj da vidimo sad. Znam da je ovo jaka, ali ovo bi možda trebala biti jača u ovom. Upgrade level 4, 2 skilla, a ovo je samo njezno od... vidimo ovdje, ovo je slabo, ovo je isto normalno. Da li da uzmemo ovaj? Znači da uzmemo ovo oružje. Ma ne bi oružje, Bože. Skill data, upgrade, job. Dobro, daj mi ga sad, šta je problem, ajde. Ti. Šta sad? Neću pilotariren, već hoću... Skill data, dobro, upgrade. Šta, ne mogu ja to sad još koristiti? Tek ja, sam sad uzeo. Hvala Bogu. Nisam uzeo. Evo Bože. Ti mene stvarno nerviraš. Ne znam da ga upgradujem ili šta već hoće, nemam pojma. Nećemo da vidimo. šta više upgrade. Ovo je sve upgradovano. Komplet dobro. Ali ona opet ima isto dijelo, znači ja ne znam koji je vata, mora možda ovdje. Gdje je ona što sam upgradeo je sad, bi ja to znao. Koja bistrije, ova ovdje, jel? Ne, 1, 2, dobro, sad se skonto 1, 2, dobro. Ta ne. Ovo sam pojačao. A koju strijelu sad napravi? Onkovin. Dobro, ove koristim, ali čekaj, što ne bi ja mogao ovo, recimo, pojačati, vidiš, što sam ja glupavno ne bi. Impossible, dobro, 9, 10, 7, 10, daj ovaj, veri nešto. Ova mi igra je toliko dobra igra, ali mi je toliko zakomplikovana, ne znam zašto to radi, ali je dobro. I ovdje moramo staviti, evo. 25, ovo je što da brani, ajde. Bolje da brani nego da... Još i ove koristim, ali... Sve ćemo staviti ove kad ima. Jel ono, imao se, mora se. 25, 12, ovo je da vidimo. Ajde vidimo ovo. Pošto nisam ni jedan, evo sad sam sredio to. Možemo i ovog, možemo. Sve ćemo staviti ove plave, neki ide vraže mate. Ovako i onako im sve koristimo. Ako sad moramo da ga deremo. A šta ne meš sve koristi, jel? Znači, ako uzmeš ovo, ne meš ono. Ako uzmeš ono, ne meš ono, jel? Tako sam razumio. Dobro. Ok, strijele. Fire, dobro. Zlato, čipovi, dobro. Specijalne, ovo nešto inventure, broj 1, 2, nemam pojma, valjda je to... Šta smo ovo našli? Survivor, drone, aha, drone. Šta je ovo? Aha, ono što moramo... Znači, one, kako se kaže... Da možemo, zubi, noge, čipovi, razni, koji mene uopšte ne zanimaju, jel? Ne znam zašto ovo žuto, ali ajde dobro, valja ću skontati jednom. Ima još dosta igre, nemojte, znači Zero Dawn je malo bio jednostavniji, ja sam mislio će isto biti, međutim ovdje ima dosta stvari koji mene, jel, izluči, ali dobro. No odbog, ova životinja, ovo, znači moramo skenirati da bi dobili ove upitnike, moramo i ovog medvjeda, i ovog sam jučer udarao. Znači moramo sa onim fokusom, znači, da bez fokusa ne ništa, znači s fokusom džaba mi ovako, znaš, gor sam otkrio audio data dosta, jedan sam negdje preskočio, to ćemo naći. Ovdje sam skoro tek surovo sve popunio. Sve ćemo, uglavnom nećemo ići na kraj dok god ne nađem sve, znači ne idemo uopšte prema zadnjom misiju ili nešto koje bude od glavne i završene igre dok god sve ne završim, znači ima da ga ispoliram. Evo ovdje imam još jedan naci signal, to je tamo na početku, ovo sam module, survivor drone, znači dron, i tam sam bio i našao jedan dron, kad sam se udarao sa, jučer me izbudalio dron jedan, dok sam ga gore upatio, sad će biti dosta lakše, vidiš, side misije, znači rešajemo dosta redom, znači nećemo samo sapatati main mission, znači o to main mission ima, vidiš, i ovo stari gradovi, malo da istražimo, imamo ove, ali ovo nećemo moći odmah, nemamo one ptice, Trebamo onu pticu da letimo, tako da... Znači, ovo ćemo završiti misiju i onda ćemo se sradočiti. Da vidimo prvo šta moramo sve ovdje, ne možemo ništa. Jedino da kupim ja. Aha, ovdje piše, fali mi neki eksploziv. Ove imam 10, 30 od... Aha, fali mi... Još je zaključeno. Dobro, to je lako napraviti. Ove isto ne mogu više, fali mi...
The machines are dangerous here, no doubt. Sure.
Da vidim malo ko šta prodaje ovdje. Malo ovo je trgovac kakav. Imamo ovdje štešu. Čekaj da vidim. Šta mi imamo? Vetor. Možda iz teša moramo uzeti, jebi, ja ne znam. Pa da vidimo. Ja da vratimo u teš, ne znam, ali poše ovdje. A, tek jebe, ti budalu. Ali ona ima toliko mjesta da mogu ja ipak će uzeti. Kak ne mene biće uzeti. Malo sutra tek. Makre. Ja imam resursa, ona to stavlja tamo. Ovo je zakomplikovalo, biću mater. Ne znam čemu mi ovo treba, ovi satovi. Tako da ćemo to... I ovi čipovi nećemo prodavati, ali... Ja mislim da mi to uopšte nije sad momentalno potrebno. Samo džaba me zajevaje, da izvinite. I zauzimam mi mjesto, ove ogrlice. I tako razne stvari, zlata. Mjesto da koristim ono što mi treba, ja koristim nešto što mi ne treba. Ovo sad, ove tice i ovu... Ali piše da ona more to uzimat, znači...
Šta koji džumper ne znaš, zašto?
A treba ima i u stešu, inventor, i uzeti.
Koji ne znaš, gdje?
Ima evo recimo ovdje, evo, kad udem, recimo kad ja hoću kraftovat. I sad ne znam koji mi piše šta mi treba od toga. Da bi ja to, kako ti kažem, da bi obnovio ja napravio. Evo, ko što ovdje recimo ima. Ovdje ne piše, piše nešto 105, eksploziv krič. Ja ne znam šta treba od toga.
Pa to se vidi u inventoru. Ne, evo ti ovdje.
A ja jebem u mater isto, evo, Metal Bones.
Ne vidiš zato što je kamen i ovo, tako da se...
E sad, gdje da ja kupim Metal Bones? Gdje ovdje ima kupovina?
Merčan.
Nema tu, drugačije Zero Dawn, drugačije Forbidden West. Totalno su ga, ono, čekaj da vidim na mapi, ima gdje ovdje trgovac kakav. Evo Steš, Unkovi, šta je ovo ovdje Steš? Idemo hirio. Ovdje većinu nalaziš po ovim kutijama. I sad će morat, shaders me ona zajebavo, nije mi htio sat vremena on ide u igru. Sad recimo ja moram, šta ovaj ovdje hoće? Aha. Ovaj samo daje, ove mi sad momentalno, ništa od ovog ne mogu, mogu probati šta hoću, ali...
Next time I'll have something for you.
Dobro, dobro. Ja to sam znao. Ovo je izbjeno. Evo, sam moram sad igrati protiv onog konja velikog.
Smell this, and the food will sell itself.
Fok. Nemamo ovih bogova. Imamo ovdje. Bye.
A recipe taught to me by the legacy.
With your help.
What's happening?
Nema veze što ne znam. Neće mi zajebati.
Okay, off to the big pyramid to fight the Thunderjaw.
Ove stvari.
I can assemble a party to go out
Sam si
together.
nađulio.
That's just bad.
Destiny cannot be purchased, but your path to it
You shouldn't
can
keep
be.
Theo waiting, if I may be so bold.
Aha, ti nešto prodaješ, ali nešto ne ništa da prodaješ. Rakovi. Čemu mi tu treba? Well meat. Aha. Da kupim ja. Evo kao kupim, a sve potroši. Dobre, 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 pokupovao sve ovdje. Dobre.
First made his
you're
legacy
back.
stars.
Ajde da ga ja tamo. Ovdje ne ništa.
Yes.
Riješiti. Pa onda da mogu. Ništa, ajde. Kada neka Bog ne pomoći. Šta sam skupati? Ja ovdje kuham. Sad imamo ovdje svega. Samo što ti meni to ne daš kuhati, ja? Ma ja, vrši ti kuhanje.
Return when you're hungry.
Hvala se.
I have news.
Sad će doći onaj konj. Evo ovdje je bio dron, jel? Evo ga i evo ga, tetka njegova. Ovdje je bio dron. Tu si
There's a
sjeranja.
Cyclops drone monitoring this area. I need to grab its data.
Čekaj, Eloj, da vidimo kako ćemo ga zarobiti. Mislim, lijepo je ga zgrabiti, ali kako ga zgrabiti? To mislim, mene lijepo objasniš, sam da ja vidim. Kako da se ja popnem da bi ga zgrabio. To je ono moj problem, što ti nemaš problema. Kao s one strane, jel? Nemoj ga spadat kod juče, pa nemoj da si taka. Što ga spadaš u vodu, jebem ti i u vodu. A kako ga tako uspiješ spast? Pa samo što sam ja okrenuo glavu, ti ga spade. Bele, prabogu, brate, stvarno me nerviraš. I šta sad ja moram se ovdje ići okolo da bi se zajebavao s ovim stvarima, jel? Ajde, nemoj me zajebavati. Jel ima sad ovdje, evo ga, da se popnem. Ajde sad, kako se popet ovdje? Jel ima igdje ovdje se popnem ja nešto? Ajde.
Make this easy.
Polako ću proći. Lako da ga gore popnem. Tu si. Oj, family ti pripade me. Li ti strinu. Li te mala.
Maybe I can climb something to jump onto the drone.
Sama. cijev. Možda ne skući ovo je veoma. Stash. O. A to je sad kako. Opatimo ovo majmuna. Malo. Treba se još penjeti kad smo se mi popili. A treba još se penjeti. Ma još gore. Gdje ovaj mali sjerenje?
Taking you with me.
Dole. Pataj ga. Ogo, bom, mu tačku. Odvan.
I should grab the drone's data now that it's down. All right, now to take this data back to base.
Ovo smo završili. Možeš ići sad gore. Slikaj, snimaj i radi šta još. Sad treba ići udarati onog konja velikog, jel? Će on nas raditi. Mene kako vidim. Ne piše se dobro. Tamo je sep, jel? To smo završili. Sad nek slikaj, snimaj, šta hoće. Srednja, to. Ovo su stare sad, ove treba naći šta. A šta će mi ovaj djavu? Metal. Ovo, šta je ovo sve? Što ovo kad sam otvorio samo ovaj dio, ovaj mi dio nije htjela otvoriti svašta. No dobro. Imamo je ovdje jednom, jel? Medicinu obavezno kupi. Medicine treba koliko hoćeš. Očujem me izrebo, neću više.
This'll keep.
Medicine više ne propušta. Naučio sam se jučer pamet.
looks.
Što treba? Šta hoće?
Another Tolmec. Oh, here we go.
Ne kontam. Kontam što hoće ovdje. Ma da ćeš kontati. Idemo uglavnom. Njega što daj. Sério. Nada para poder.
broadcaster won't work on that.
Sad ne mene na ovo, jebem li mu. Sada je on to zakomplikovati. Aha. Kako da ovo razbijem, jebem da on ide. Da jebajec. Soluciju kako da unik. Tetku. Kako ulaziti? Ruka. Ono što mi se ruka kuće. Daj, oda sam do WC-a, izvinite na sekundu jednu. Ne znam kuda vam ulazi, majku mu. Sam sekundu jednu. Tu smo, radimo dalje. A mi glupo imam, vidiš, unutra ima steš i ja ne vidim, a taj steš gdje da, gdje da je ga izvadimo. Treba, mora biti prolaz, jebi, ono ne da otvoriti. Možda kuku da uredno samo. Inventori, gdje je ona kuka? Svarmo da dron, dobro, dron smo otkrili. To je okej. Našli smo neke malo nove, dobro. I ovo je novi neki. Ja, brate, toga ovog novog oružja ima ovdje više nego... Aha. Što ovdje bi malo mogli da pojačamo, jel? Ovim 7, 6, 7, 10, 15. Ovdje damage, jel? Damage 10%. stavit ćemo power, nek bude. Kao pojačali smo kuvijak tu srijelo, dobro. Skill stack. Čekaj, što sam ja sad htio? Ja ovo kuku da... Gdje si jebe? Gdje je kuka? Kuka mi treba, ovo je za disanje, ovo je za... To me ne treba, ovo je za letenje, ova je specijalna. Sve što go soči, dobro, dobro. Dobro, gdje mi je kuka? Tu, weapons. Ovo je samo jedan. Ovo ima 4. Pa da probamo ovo. Da probamo ovaj, ajde. Tvori. A što nisi promijenio? Halo, volamba. Nemoj da me zajebaješ. Ja promijenim i ti ne prihvatiš to. Ti to mene zajebaješ. Sa stisne ekipment. Tako. Sad je već bolje. Sad moram reći. Ajde.
A rush of air.
Šta se nemaš popet? Da nisam ovdje bio. Ajde. Jebem li ti? A neću unutra da ga boguješ. Sve ona hoće samo ono. Što treba ne. To neće. Čekaj, malo ovdje gleda nešto. Jebem li ti kolač? Šta sad? Ne mora uniti se unutra. Pa kudam, kroz Boga unidem. Jao, Bože dragi, jao. Ja ne razumijem ovo. Pokazuje ima 100 đavola, a nemaš gdje unići u las. Mislim, ono lijepo je, ali ako je neka... Ja ne mogu da vjerujem da se nema gdje unići. I recimo da se ne mere popeti, to isto ne mogu vjerovati. Šta je? Evo ti signal. A ovdje čekam, još ne da ga unići. Mam, obišao sam 100 put, sve. Šta je problem? Znam da ima tam ulaz, ali ona kaže da ne može razvaliti. To sam gledao, evo ovdje ima ulaz. Ajde. Evo ovdje ima ulaz, ali ona kaže da to ne može razvaliti. Ni vako, ni šakom, ni... Znači, ja ne razumijem zašto ga ne mere. Znači, to moramo razvaliti, ja ne mogu. Ovo što treba nešto upgradeva, pa onda, dobro, okej, da se ne smaram puno.
I don't have the override data for that machine yet. I better look at the cauldrons.
Našao je mene.
Guess we're done here. Now, I can pick up that part I saw back at the nest. Never seen a part like this before. There's the tall neck that's sending the signal. shake off this wet.
Što ga... Što ga preskačeš sama, niko ti nije ni rekao, samo se kolutaš, niti sam kliknuo dugme, ni koji đavo. Stvarno me nervira. Koji ti je Bog? Upati se za to, jebem ti.
Atomic that's sending a signal.
Dobro, ajde onda potrudit se, ajde.
Talks. Better be careful. Better do something other than frost.
Čekaj, možda iz ovog.
Making good use of this.
Šta sam ga hitio uvoza ako mi ništa ne znači? Da mogu gurnit, otoci, nešto raditi. Yes, Harry. Olha, homem. Aí tiros. Rad sam da isključim mikrofon, ovo je moj saj.
There, another tonic. Data to override that machine might be in another cauldron.
I'll be taking that.
Looks like I picked up another one of those mystery parts. I wonder what machine it belongs to. tonic's working. Maybe my focus can tell me more. That's what I'm here for.
The machine will kill you!
There you are. I guess we're doing this.
Got it! And it's all over!
This'll be in my stash when I need it.
Hail Machine Hunter! Speak with us! You killed that machine!
Your CEO sent me. I need to speak to Alva.
By all means, then. Open the gates!
Alva, I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, you got rid of that machine. But what are you doing here?
There's something inside Thebes that I need. I went to landfall. I met your CEO. We came to an agreement, kind of.
And you're going to help us get in?
I guess so. The whole thing was a little tense. There was something off about that guy. And I don't understand what he wants from Thebes. I thought we
Era
found
un
the
po'
data
le
that was
svinta,
holding
nisam
back on
pao na
the
mikrofon.
That data will take
Sjenu
us
Savu
years to
kući pa
sift through.
bučno,
The CEO
rekao
wants
je da
faster results. Aloy, you have to be careful. He's...
There they are. The legacy tells us that Elizabeth Sobek helped the ancestors cast aside all obstacles. And so it has been today.
You have been true to your word. I'm pleased. Thebes awaits us below, shall we?
Quite an excavation.
Much of this was flooded. We had to pump a great deal of water out. Behold, the door to Thebes.
samo ja mogu otvrta vrata.
A door like no other.
Evo ni kafu napravim.
Well, you're right about that. It's designed to open for only one man. Ted Farrow.
But the legacy tells us that he worked closely with Sobek. He trusted her. Surely she could open the door, and so surely can you.
Not gonna happen. At least not from this side.
You said she was a living ancestor with Sobek's eternal essence.
If I may, Pharaoh, great as he was, did not build his palace alone. We know this from scraps of data we found, the ones that pointed to this location. And we found evidence of passages below. Maybe they were built to aid construction. Or for servants. We can't reach them. The way is flooded and they're too far underwater, but...
Yeah. I can reach them. There might be another way in down there.
You see? With Sobek, there is always a way.
Then do what you must to get us inside. Into the water with you. Find us a way into Thebes.
This water's warm. Seems like a hot spring. Huge. It goes all the way down to the bottom. There's a rupture up there. Maybe a way in. Yeah, this could get me inside. Oh, looks like this tunnel leads deeper into the structure.
Whoosh. There's gotta be a way to stop that turbine around here somewhere. Stop the turbine. Good. Idemo. Ne možeš izaći sunce te. Šta je ovo, taratana ovdje?
Looks like an
Fitness.
exercise room.
Here I am again, hiding in the gym, writing to stay sane in this crazy place. I can't believe Grigori's dead. Our so-called spiritual leader was fine yesterday, and then suddenly passed away to sleep, and no one will talk to me about it.
So Ted had other people in here with him. Including the teenage girl.
Vanja, pozdrav, brate, pozdrav. Veliki pozdrav. Izvini što prije nisam vidio poruku. Veliki pozdrav, dobrodošao, care.
The living area. It's pretty big, too.
There's nothing normal about a scientist, his daughter, a guru, and well, let's face it, a harem living through the end times in a trillionaire's underground survival bunker. But now that Grigori's gone, I'm worried things will get even weirder. He helped keep Ted stable for a couple of years, sort of. Without him, who knows? And we don't even understand what happened to him.
The girl's right. Nothing normal about Ted.
Da uvidimo sve ostalo prije nešto idemo tamo.
I know everyone's reeling after Grigori's untimely demise. He was a deeply spiritual man who wasn't afraid to rip back the curtain and gaze where few men dare. I've asked Dr. Sumtow to, check on what happened to him. Sure he had some kind of condition or something. The main point is that while we certainly miss him, we will go on. Everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, something tells me it didn't turn out that way. Look at this place. It's pretty fancy for a survival bunker. There, the door. Let's hope I can open it from the inside.
Most of Ted's women repulse me, okay? They're like contestants.
Locked. What about the main door? Ah, good. An emergency exit function.
Emergency exit initiated.
The door is open. Destiny is upon us. I knew you could do it.
What's going on?
The CO is preparing to enter Thebes.
Oh, why are you dressed like Ted Pharaoh?
I am Pharaoh, renewed. My essence is the same as his. Across the years, across the generations, his soul is my soul. His will is my will. We are sundered in only one way. I need his final testament, his deepest secrets. And now that the door is open, those secrets are within my grasp. When I have them, I will be complete, as he was. I will have everything I need to save our homeland, and, as Pharaoh did, the world.
Okay. I think there's some confusion here about who Pharaoh really was.
No one knows better than I who he was, who he is. Me. The renewer, greatest of the ancestors, the man who saved the world. And you. You understand, Sobek. You are her, Pharaoh's harbinger, his assistant. Come, we will descend into Thebes together, as it should be. Bring her the raiment.
Raiment?
As he is Pharaoh, you are Sobek. For an occasion this momentous, shouldn't you wear proper business attire?
Whoa. No, 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 no. No, I am not wearing that. No way.
You will wear the proper attire to mark this moment.
For what?
It is said Sobek valued life above all else. Is this true?
Fine. I'll wear your raiment.
Excellent. Shall we proceed? Look at this place. The grandeur.
Pharaoh's domain.
Looks like the emergency exit function unlocked this door too.
Pharaoh's visage, a monument to greatness. Indeed. Let it be done.
The Emperor will heap rewards upon you for this, my CO.
Great risks bring great bounties, Overseer.
Ne mi öyle?
I think this way might lead down.
Excellent. Remember every detail of his, Bohai, for posterity.
It will be its own chapter in your legacy. Why the palace of Pharaoh?
No less than
Of course. Wonder if Pharaoh had a foot bath in here. I've always wondered.
There will be no further discussion of your feet, Bohai.
Brianna told me that Grigori hacked into restricted files and found out something awful. That Ted murdered important people who worked on Zero Dawn. Did Ted punish Grigori? Kill him for discovering what he did? How could that be? Dad said there wasn't a mark on Grigori's body.
Find anything interesting?
So hey, this is weird.
Yeah, I tried to warn you.
Yeah, sort of.
I'll explain everything if we survive long enough.
Those certainly look threatening.
Statues. The guardians of Pharaoh's domain.
Those aren't statues. Look out!
Get the CO out of here!
Guess it's just us then. Thanks.
Where's Overseer Bohai?
He has decided to return to the surface. A wise choice. We can't afford to lose anyone alive. So, no more delays. We must proceed.
Brianna didn't wake up this morning. She's gone. Just like Grigori. I'm looking up at the giant, hideous statue of Ted in the Great Hall. His eyes. And I know now that he's watching me. He's watching us all.
Yes, that looks like
He's always had power over us. I just never knew how much.
Did you discover some data?
Fragment. A testament to Ted's power.
Ah.
this place, when its special systems were designed, I knew what I wanted. Protection, of course. An unlimited power source, that was a given. But also... control. Over every possible eventuality. After all, you never know what will happen, especially when the human element is involved.
What did you find?
Trust me. You don't want to know.
I guess I don't.
What is that? A reclining throne, attached to some kind of apparatus. I wonder what it does. An impressive setup. What is it for?
I'm sorry, CO. I don't know. My focus can't read the data here.
What about the living ancestor? Is the data lost to her? Scan the device, if you will. Please, scan the device.
Guarda questo device.
You did this for him? You put, like, off switches in everyone's heads?
Kenya, you mustn't judge me. I had no choice. If I said no, what would he do to us?
Tell me what your focus reveals about the device.
You? You're my little girl. I was trying to keep you alive.
For what, Dad? Seriously, why? So we can be trapped in this underground nightmare? You know what we have to do.
Scan the device, if you will.
Did you find a recording?
Made a minor adjustment to the gene therapy regimen and added a new cocktail to treat the symptoms caused by the mutations. Hopefully, there will be some stabilization after the next treatment. God knows what Ted will do to us if there isn't.
Pozdrav, pozdrav Miško, pozdrav.
The early results were so promising. No signs of aging, no cellular degeneration, but now... Oh, if only I had access to my old lab in Bangkok, or my old colleagues, or my old liquor cabinet. Stop it. Got to stay positive. For Kenya.
You saw something. I could tell. Did the data explain what Pharaoh used this device for?
I think he was undergoing treatments to live longer. A lot longer.
Really? Could he still be alive?
Don't be foolish. If he were alive, he would have kept his essence. It would not have been passed down to me. Remember, he was the renewer. Of course, he would have stopped at nothing to grasp the secrets of life and death, but not for himself. Everything he did was for a new beginning, for us, for the Quen, and for his true heir, me.
You know, I'm starting to think you're right. You do have a lot in common with Ted Faro.
I knew you would see, in time. Let us continue. His secrets await. Is that a small office? For a minor functionary, perhaps? Look at all this equipment. We are getting closer to the heart of this place. I can feel it.
An automated geothermal energy plant right under the city of San Francisco. A marvel. Even I can run it, and let's face it, I was always more of a visionary than an engineer. Which is why I had the foresight to insist on the inclusion of a very unique feature. Just in case anyone ever tries to steal my cheese, so to speak.
Break the door down.
I'm going to look for another way in.
Good idea. It's worked before.
Very well. Get to it.
An automated geothermal energy plant.
Hurry! Break it open! Open that door! How long does it take to bash through a door?
Maybe my focus can help here.
Hurry! Break it open! Open that door! Ah, is that a vent of some sort? Not a bad idea. How long does it take to bash through a door? She's gone. Did she make it to the other side?
Console. Maybe I can access Ted's files from here. There. Omega clearance. Got it. What do you have to say for yourself, Ted?
Sometimes dead. Along with his kid. Found him on the floor of his office this morning, holding hands. Must have poisoned themselves. I never would have put them to sleep. She was just a girl, for Christ's sake. I offered them life, and this is how they repaid me, by leaving me all alone. But I guess I've been alone since this whole thing began. Alone in bearing the burden. For the past. For the future.
Same old Ted. No matter who dies, he's the one feeling sorry for himself.
Liz's future. Liz's children. Someday they'll come, and I'll be here to greet them. Sometimes that my aging has stopped altogether. If anything, my cells are replenishing faster than normal. I just need some time for the mutations to calm down. Time. And energy. Sometimes if they're reacting, give me what I need to grow strong again. To get my shit back together. So I can greet the kids. They're gonna need me. My advice. My guidance. And then I won't be alone anymore.
Pharaoh's secrets. Are they here?
Not the ones you're looking for.
Then they must be in there.
Trust me. You don't want to go in there.
Are you mad? I haven't come all this way to stop now. At last, Pharaoh's legacy is mine.
Biće tvoje.
Is that?
It's him.
burn it to ash.
Wait, no. Pharaoh has it rigged to melt down if...
Kill them too. No witnesses.
Okay, no problem.
I'll do my best! Open fire! I'm coming!
Focus on your opponent. I'm all right.
That was the last one!
I'll pick them off.
Be quick!
Now this'll do some damage.
Where are you hiding, Highlander? I see you! Try facing me!
Pharaoh rigged the reactor to overflow if he dies. We have to run.
Meni sam vidi šta.
Keep moving, okay? This is fine.
Calling my target.
You okay? Oh no! Got her in my sight!
In unison. The whole place is shaking. Run! I can barely breathe.
Ja sam sad.
Oh, I'll stay here. That looks a little iffy to me.
More soldiers, up ahead!
Attack! Hang in there! No!
Ajde. Borćeš je.
Soldiers, above us! Opening fire! The Outlander! Over there! We're close now! Come on!
Are you okay?
What happened?
We found something that will help. Not just your homeland, but everywhere.
But where's the CO?
He's gone. I guess you could say he gave his life to help us attain the secrets of Thebes.
I see. You must think I'm eminently stupid.
What? No. No.
The CO was an entitled egotist who twisted our beliefs into a sickening, self-serving fantasy. And you expect me to believe he sacrificed himself for scraps of data? It's time for the truth, and it better be convincing. Otherwise, I'll simply order these soldiers to open fire.
Hold on. You're right. To be honest, the CO screwed everything up. He brought Thebes down around our ears and died like a gutless coward. But we really did find something down there that will help your homeland. If I can take it, then use it. Now, if I have to, I will fight my way out of here, but it doesn't have to be that way. You can just let me go. And then take credit when things start to improve.
Success certainly does sound better than failure. It seems then that our destinies are intertwined. Landfall is open to you. If it will help your cause, you may come and go as you please. But Alva must join you and report back on your efforts.
Fair enough.
Thebes is of no further value to us. Obviously, we're going back to the flotilla. Alva, I expect your reports to be thorough.
Oh, I thought he was going to have us killed. And instead, I get to join you.
Glad to have you. But you're going to need a little help to reach our base. Varl, I made a new friend. I need you to meet her at the Quen ferry and escort her back.
On it. Can't wait to meet her.
Trust me, you'll love it there. Varl will give you a better focus and all of the data you could ever want. Head to the ferry. I'll join you back east as soon as I can.
A diviner must follow the truth, wherever it leads. I'll see you there.
Now that I have Omega clearance, we should have what we need to capture Hephaestus. But before I head to the ferry, maybe I should stop by landfall. With the CO gone, maybe more Quen will be willing to talk. And there's still that Tolmec nearby. I gotta change out of these clothes. I can't believe the CO made Willie dress up. hands finally stopped.
Feeling better? Your shoulder doing all right? You ready for guard duty? Feeling better? Quite a move! Your shoulder doing all right?
I know your experience in Thebes was unsettling, but we have a new problem.
Did something go wrong with Beta and the rig? Will we be able to transport you to Gemini?
The rig is complete. The problem is Hephaestus itself. It has accelerated its proliferation throughout the Cauldron network, increasing its power.
But with your sub-functions restored, we can still succeed, right?
Correct. But the net effect is that absorbing Hephaestus will take longer than previously calculated.
How long?
Even with Omega clearance, my current estimate is that the merge will take 35 hours.
And each hour increases the risk of detection by the Zeniths. Two cores. Two overrides. What if the merge were carried out by two clones of Elizabeth Sobek, both armed with Omega clearance? How long then? Half the time?
Hephaestus would be unprepared for the simultaneous labor of two operators, in addition to obvious synergetic efficiencies. Calculating. It would reduce the merge time to approximately 4.5 hours.
Okay. Varl, it looks like we're gonna need Beta at Gemini. Do you think you can convince her?
I don't know, but I'll try.
What about our diversion? Are the pulse generators ready?
Only a final test remains. I am confident that, if fired in proximity to other cauldrons, the pulses will mask our activities at Gemini from the zeniths.
Good. As long as Aaron can operate one without shooting himself in the face.
Aloy, you better get down here. Beta's in bad shape.
Okay.
Spinning in a teacup. Yeah,
Aloy. I tried, but it's impossible. I don't think anything will convince her to go.
We don't have a choice.
Good luck.
Beta, you have to come with us. It's the only way. It's one mission. The most important one. We need you. Tell me why you won't go. What if they take me back? Alone, in a cell again. A slave. Forever. Varl and I will be at Gemini too. I'll protect you. As soon as we get Hephaestus, we'll come straight back here. The Zeniths aren't going to find us. You don't have to be afraid. No! You can't protect me. Nothing can protect me from them. I told you from the beginning, we'll never beat them. It's hopeless. Beta. Leave me alone! You don't understand! You're right. I don't understand. We have the same genes, the same mind, the same heart. So why can't you find the strength to do what has to be done? Like Elizabeth would. Don't you think I've thought about that? I don't know what piece of Elizabeth I'm missing. I don't know what you have that I don't. I look through all the data from your focus. You were raised as an outcast, shunned, and isolated just like me, so what's the difference? What's my defect? Beta, you don't have a defect. Beta. Look, it's not a piece of Elizabeth. The difference is, I had him. Frost. He raised you, trained you, but he was never warm or loving. The day he died, the day he gave you that charm, he was going to abandon you. He wanted me to embrace the tribe. But then he gave his life for mine. He loved me in his own way. And that was enough. What did it feel like? It was like having a strength that was always there. It's still there. Even now I hear him in my head when things get bad. When it looks impossible, look deeper. And then fight like you can win. You don't have to go on the mission. We'll find another way. I'll go. You said you'd try to protect me. I believe you. But you have to promise me one thing. Yes, of course. If it goes bad, if the Zeniths find us, I don't want to be their slave again. Do you understand? Okay. Promise? I promise. I could use as much time as you can give me to study up on the merge, to make it as efficient as possible. I'll be ready when you are. I swear.
Aloy, whenever you're ready, come speak to me and I'll ask the others to make final preparations for the mission. Hello again, Aloy. Hello, Aloy.
Hey, Gaia. So, me and Beta, I guess you heard what happened.
Yes. I am continuously impressed by the complexity of human relationships. Despite the unpleasant circumstances that led to your quarrel, I am pleased to see you have both found an agreeable resolution.
Well, two heads are better than one, right?
Yes, I believe so. Are you ready to depart for Cauldron Gemini? Or we can continue our conversation, if you like.
Raj, ovdje ćemo napraviti jednu kratku pauzu, da ligne samo nešto da jede, 10 minuta i idemo dalje. Hvala razumijevanje. Raja moja legenda je malo jeo, sad idemo dalje, znači, sa Gajom, ne znam šta nam kaže Gaja. Imamo dosta pitanja, podpitanja.
The missing subordinate functions. What can you tell me about them?
Artemis rewilded the
Hvala što
earth
ste ostali
with a
svi tu.
variety of animal species. Eleuthia was responsible for gestating, nurturing, and acculturating a new generation of human beings. Apollo was tasked with preserving, organizing, and disseminating vast archives of human knowledge and cultural achievements. Unfortunately, all archived Apollo data was purged on the 2nd of February, 2066, by order of Ted Farrow.
Ted. Guess he got what he deserved, in the end.
Yes. An igneous conclusion to his pathological narcissism, impulsive tendencies, and instability.
All three of the missing functions have already served their purpose, or were prevented from doing so. Do you still need them?
Restoring their remaining elements would increase my heuristic processing density, empowering my overall function. Unfortunately, as we now know they are in the possession of Far Zenith, attaining them in the short term is very likely impossible.
I guess our best shot at recovering them is by taking over the Zenith base. But we'll need Hephaestus and a bunch of combat machines to do that.
Correct.
How's all of us settling in?
As soon as she arrived, Alva was eager to study the data in the archive. A particular file soon caught her attention. Information about a machine assistant devoted to keeping living spaces neat and orderly. I informed her that once I am empowered with the abilities of Hephaestus, I may be able to design such a machine.
I'm sure she'll like that. When I set out to find a way to bring you back, I never thought we'd be here, like this. Among friends.
They have all come a long way with their improvised educations. Varl has suggested that one day we might extend this model to more tribal inhabitants, once the biosphere has been stabilized.
Yeah, that's not such a bad idea. As long as you're the one running the lessons. So, about Beta. I never really saw the difference between us, until now. She's been through so much. Completely alone.
You have both endured many hardships. Different in almost every respect, yet equally remarkable. I like to think of you as two miracles, born of Elizabeth Sobek.
3, then. Let's not forget about you, Gaia. So our plan to capture Hephaestus. Let's go over it again.
As you wish. Thanks to Beta's test, we now know that Hephaestus will not respond to your alpha clearance.
Which is why I got Ted Farrow's Omega clearance.
Correct. While you were gone, Beta constructed the transport rig and pulse generators. When we get to Gemini, I will need to be installed on one of the facility's cores. The second core is for Hephaestus. Using Omega clearance will allow you to trap it.
And then you'll be able to absorb it.
Not quite. You will need to manually remove Hephaestus's malicious code before the merge.
How long will that take?
Because the work will be split between you and Beta, it will take approximately 4.5 hours.
And during that time, the others will create a distraction for us using the pulse generators, right?
Correct. They will each take position at a cauldron door and fire off their device. The energy surge should mask our activities until the merge is complete.
And then we'll have everything we need to defeat the Zeniths. Sounds like a plan. was Elizabeth like?
Her presence is interwoven with my memories. The moment I came online, she was there. We exchanged greetings, names, then set to our task. It was the first of many conversations. I enjoyed being in her company, listening to her stories. She was my creator, my guide.
Your friend?
Yes. When I reviewed the data on your focus, I was saddened to learn of her fate, though I am glad she made it home. I deeply wish she did not have to be alone.
She was okay with that. She gave all of herself. Did all that she could. Thanks, Gaia. So I found Thebes. What do you think Ted would have done if his life extension treatments had worked?
It seems he convinced himself it was his duty to guide future humans. Given the tribal nature of new humans, and his ability to use Omega clearance on the terraforming system, I imagine he would have convinced one or more tribes to worship him as their patriarchal deity.
Okay. Yep, glad that didn't happen. Aside from Gaia Prime and Thebes, there was one other underground facility that was sealed before the Pharaoh Plague reached it. Elysium. The place where Zero Dawn staff and their families went to live out their lives. Do you know what happened to it?
Elysium was designed to provide life support for 100 years. My data indicates the facility went offline well before then.
Did the Pharaoh Plague find them?
Unknown. My connection to the facility was abruptly severed.
I found a bunch of records left by the team that designed this place. It was like they made a memorial for themselves, so that people in the future would remember them.
During Zero Dawn's development, many staff wondered and reflected on what their legacy would be. Though this world did not end up as they imagined, I believe they would still be proud of its accomplishments, and they would be glad that someone found their stories.
So what will happen to this place while we're at Gemini?
All systems within this facility will continue to operate. As Minerva will no longer be masking this location, the facility will be exposed to detection. Though without my presence, it is unlikely to attract attention.
Let's hope so. Okay, people. It's time to head out.
I'll get everyone together.
Connections in place. Booting up.
I am fully installed on this core and ready to connect to the Cauldron network.
It's good to hear your voice. Errand, everyone. Fire your pulses and sound off.
I'm at my cauldron. This thingy, it's blinking. Did I do it right? In position at my cauldron. My pulse generator is blinking also.
That means they're working. I'm in position, and mine is too. Mine as well.
Okay. Radio silence until I give the all clear. Signing off. Gaia, let's cage the beast.
Connecting to the Cauldron network now.
Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime, activating Omega clearance. Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime, activating Omega clearance.
Clearance confirmed. Initiating containment sequence.
Critical threat detected. Imperative escape containment. Applying countermeasures.
Lock it down!
Terminating external connections.
It's working. It's got nowhere to go.
Capture imminent. Initiating contingency 13F.
Wait, what's that?
Malware detected. Attempting to compensate.
It's cracked.
Look!
Activated. Engaging autonomous defenses. Directive neutralize.
That means machines are on their way. Get ready.
Here they come.
Vor'll stay here. Protect Beta.
Got it.
Be careful.
Stay back. Get back. Over here, you! Aloy, need a hand over here. Draw it away from Beta. Always something.
You Smola.
Stay back. Get back.
That's all of them for now. You two okay?
Still breathing.
Aloy, Hephaestus can't escape, but it must have fled. Deeper into the facility. I'll drive it back here. I'll get the cracked core fixed in the meantime. Keep her safe, Varl. Sounds to my stash. Keep her safe, Varl.
All my life.
Okay, let's see. Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage. Alright, first things first, move these wires aside. Force it out of wherever it's hiding. Make it retreat to the core. Into your focus feed. You should know there's a huge power draw coming from the next chamber. Thanks for the heads up. I'm almost there. It's some kind of production chamber. Festus is up to something, all right? What kind of machine is it trying to build? I don't know, but I'm gonna shut it down. I bet those metal carriers will lead me to where it's getting materials from. I bet that's where Festus is hiding too. Looks like there are a couple of ways I could go. Machines are making a beeline for another chamber. I better follow them. Catch a ride on one of those metal carriers. To rewire most of the components in the core, but the energy processor's cracked. Without a way to fabricate another, there's no way I can fix it. Okay, let me think. What if you bypass the processor? Connect it to the power node? I think that could work. I think it could. The shield.
opet da se možemo se popiti.
Trying to pull that. Machine's on the way. Beta! Hephaestus just locked me out of the node. Any ideas?
I'll see what I can do.
Sa repom, sam guzom udaraš. Dokle guzom udaraš, majke. Sam urlaj, jebe. Ne ustaj. Hvala, još kako. Ali kako je za tebe oružje da te sad ću tako da streljam. Jebi ga, Eloj, ne možeš emo, ne možeš ovo, napumpaj, ispumpaj. Jebeš mu mater. Što mi sad treba, evo, što to radiš, evo, primjer. Što to sama se vrati, što nas udra, ti sjediš tu, odmaraš. Znači ti nemaš ni roll. Znači on brži od nas. Si ga relogovala, majku jebem. Ubi nas jedan govnar mali, smrdljivi. Izrešetaj ga setrum, jebem i mali. Evo ti svoju. Amo ti urlaj, valja krepat. Nemate kapa. Svrkni jede.
I tapped into the core's network hub. I managed to disrupt Hephaestus' control of the node. You should be able to override it now.
Nice. Thanks.
Sounds like it fled to another chamber.
Well, I'd better not get comfortable. With lightning. I gotta find a way over it.
Aloy! More machines keep coming! Please tell me you're getting close!
I'm working on it. I've been smashing through a lot of machines on my side, too.
I guess Aaron's missing out!
Anyway, I'm making progress on the bypass, but I need something to hold the cycling module together.
Maybe a ligament from one of the machine carcasses?
Right. Or some luminous braiding.
And you could reinforce it with a conversion cylinder.
For increased connectivity. I think we can do this, Aloy.
Ajde, pobogu, brate. Jebem ti penjanje i sve. Kako da se upatim za ono kad je nemoguće se upatiti. Ajde, bježi za. Nemoj se popeti. Bože me sačuvaj kako se penje. Je treba ovu bolonta. Ja pogledam se prvo. Samo s onim mogu, a ne znam kako da dođe se. Možda moguće, ali... Ići napoga to budemo ko će ti bez problem. Ja pogledam da se popnemo kod se. Ako i kako moguće. Kolač. Bob. Se popne tamo na vrhu i onda me vraća. Samo s ovim mogu ne vidjeti, ali kako se upati. Tu oni htjeli napraviti, ona je napravili, rekli da skoči. A što je malo zajebancija. Koliko se ovo podigli u Boga gore visoko. A da, spad. Dobro, nisam mislio da će se popeti, vjerujem. Voli te Bogo, usta, te jeboj, penčarenje i sve. Samo me nešto napravi namjerno, penčarenje neko koje je nemoguće. A nam će se trebam popet, ne da vam gdje me boli dupe močka. Te kolač, penjanje i sve. Popri se na... Mora nešto sjebat uvijek, ne ono, kad igraš lijepo, nada te učerave, dobro. Kako on misli sad popri na ovo, kako? Šta, da pravim salto, da... Ovi ne možeš, ovi... Ovo je ističamo. Da spadaš na, ćeš ti spasti.
me another no-toe fried. Got it. Not gonna back down. Oh, here we go again.
Well, that doesn't sound good. I'll try to get your access back.
She's got frostbite.
Extraction protocol Alpha. Engage structural analysis subroutine.
Node access restored. Now you can override it.
Good work.
You did the heavy lifting.
Okay. Festus is running out of places to hide.
Emily? I just registered a huge energy surge back in the production chamber. Something big is happening.
Here too. Everything's glowing.
The machine Festus was building. It must have finished it.
It's powerful. Whatever it is. I'm almost done with the core repairs. Should we
stay where you are, okay? Handling the machine's my job.
Okay. Be safe.
I think it's charging up. Try something else. Finished charging. It's covered in plasma. Plasma on me. It's gonna explode any second. Charging up again.
To override.
Good. Stand by. I'm sending Hephaestus back to you. No more hiding, Hephaestus!
Got it! Hephaestus is back in the core!
Make sure it stays there. I'm heading back.
And then we can start the merge.
Because of you, Beta. I'm glad you came along. And you, Vol. We couldn't have done any of this without you.
Right back at you, Aloy.
fall. Aloy, the core is stable. Hephaestus is 100% contained. And we better get started with the merge. It's all set up. Gaia, establish the link, please.
Done.
To complete the merge, we need to excise Hephaestus' malicious code. Carefully.
Redundant copy. You cost us quite a lot of time. Eric, get Beta. And squash that bug while you're at it.
Get behind me.
Come on! Quit screwing around.
Now we're having fun, right?
Finally. Tilda, get Gaia and Hephaestus ready for transport. Tilda!
I failed.
Hush. All is not lost.
Tilda! What the hell are you doing? Stop her! I can't even see her!
Beta. Where am I?
Ah, you're awake. You took quite a hit when Gerard attacked you. I imagine you must still be in a great deal of pain. I can assure you that we are safe. The others can't detect us here.
You mean the other Zeniths? You must be Tilda.
I wasn't sure if Beta would have told you about me.
Where is she?
Alive. And while she isn't where she wants to be, not in urgent danger. We must discuss how to get her back, of course, after you've shaken off the cobwebs. When you're ready, take the stairs down the hall and come see me. In the meantime, I'll make breakfast.
Breakfast? Okay. What was all this for? Some kind of survival bunker? What is this?
Just a few favorites from my collection. Rescued and stored here just before I went off-world. Take a look, if you like. I'm curious to hear your impressions.
My friend is dead. Beta and Gaia are gone, and you want me to look at old paintings?
Don't be so quick to dismiss the comfort we can find in art, or the insight we might gain. Rembrandt's The Night Watch, by far the most famous painting my homeland ever produced. It was commissioned to honor a militia made up of influential citizens.
I guess you must have been an influential citizen?
In my day. But not as influential as you've been in this new world. A portrait of the painter, Rembrandt's son Titus, depicted in the habit of a monk.
I don't get it. Why would someone like you, with infinite resources, care about this painting of a boy in a hood?
It's not the image itself, but the feeling it conveys. The face is bright and defined, but his eyes are downcast, heavy with misfortune. And the background seems to swallow all light. The painting is infused with a sense of loss.
I guess I understand how the painter feels.
This is Rembrandt painting Jeremiah, a man in mourning.
Mourning what?
His home. The ancient city of Jerusalem. He foresaw its impending doom, but could do nothing to prevent it. So instead, he saved its treasures from destruction, just as I saved these works. You could say we're kindred spirits. My favorite pairing. On the left is woman reading a letter by Vermeer, a true master. And on the right is a forgery. Woman reading music, which fooled experts into believing it was a priceless original. Early in my career, I became fascinated with such deceptions. Eventually, I developed scanning software that could detect fakes with unparalleled accuracy.
Is that how you made enough money to buy your way onto the Odyssey?
Oh no. I made my real fortune later. Selene and Endymion. She's the goddess of the moon, whereas he's a simple shepherd. Beside her is the god of love, Cupid.
So she's sneaking up on him?
More like visiting him in secret. The torch
Svidlo se go.
represents Selene's undying infatuation.
Tako da ne bi dobio strajk, morao sam sva na brzinu i poveći.
Love will forever burn. The Gust by Willem van de Velde, the most famous of his many maritime paintings.
A ship crossing into the unknown. I guess you're familiar with that.
Indeed, which is why I appreciate this composition in particular. Though waves and wind threaten to destroy the ship, it perseveres, clinging to the light even as darkness closes in all around it.
A ne više, šta sad pokazuje. Prikazao sam sve. Ovdje woman. Ne, ništa više. Jel ima još gore možda? Ajde, tu.
She's pulling out her own hair. Out of madness, out of grief. It's hard to watch her suffer.
Stunning, isn't it? Paintings were the only masterpieces of my people's golden age. This is Van Vianen's leaded ewer, molded from a single sheet of silver.
What was it for?
How like Elizabeth you are. Function over form. Its practical purpose was less important than its meaning. Van Vianen created it in honor of his late brother, who himself was a famous silversmith.
A memorial.
Yes. Such beauty from sorrow.
Pretražili smo
Done
sve.
so soon?
I've got more important things to worry about.
We both do. There is much we are trying to save. Not the least of which is in that vault. There's nothing wrong with savoring such treasures for a moment more. Or come upstairs and we'll get down to business. Your choice.
There you are. Feeling better?
How did you find us? At the cauldron? And what did you do to everyone right before I passed out?
All business, I see. Well, suffice it to say we were keeping a very close eye on Hephaestus, knowing we would need it at some point. Your ruse didn't fool us, and as for my little trick, it was an overload of the senses, accompanied by an energy discharge. Gerard and Eric were only momentarily disoriented due to their shields, but it rendered you unconscious while I got you out. Perhaps some breakfast might steady you a bit?
This was your house. The one you recreated for beta, in the data channel you shared.
How perceptive of you. Please, this way.
After everything your people have done, you think I'm just gonna sit down and have a chat with you?
They're not my people. They never were, and especially not now.
You shot off into space with them, and lived with them for 1,000 years before coming back. So what made you suddenly turn on them?
Quite simply, this.
My old focus. You repaired it? But that means you've seen
incredible things. What you've accomplished in 2 decades of life. A 1,000 years at my back, and I haven't even come close. I'm sorry if I invaded your privacy, but I had to. In order to understand, to be enlightened. You truly are Elizabeth's blood. With her drive, her sense of mission, her integrity. Watching all this shamed me for the company that I've kept. Having seen it, all I want is to help you.
Even if it means stopping your friends?
Especially so. Please, sit down. There. That's better. Now, we must recover Beta and Gaia at all costs. By now, you must know that Gerard intends to use Gaia to reboot the Earth's biosphere. Remaking this world to specifications that would only suit us immortals. This process will kill every living thing on the planet. He calls it a clean install.
Not if I stop him first.
Not if we do. And once he and the others are gone, we can work together to fulfill Elizabeth's dream. I'm sure Beta told you that there's a build of the Apollo database on board our ship. A complete collection of human knowledge. With that and Gaia, we could do everything Elizabeth wanted. Heal the biosphere, educate the people of this world, uplift them. Create the world she imagined.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. From what I've seen, your friends are invincible.
I do wish you would stop calling them my friends. And they're not invincible. In fact, a friend of yours has found a way to defeat them.
Silence.
Oh, he's been a busy bee, building an army powerful enough to crash through Gerard's precious base.
Regala and her rebels.
Even now, she's preparing a final march on the Tanakh capital. When she wins, she'll have the entire tribe under her control. Hundreds of warriors and machines to throw at the base. She's been duped. They'll all perish, of course. But it should be enough to break Gerard's defenses and allow Silence to kill him. Along with all the others.
Using the new weapon he's developed.
Yes, he's found a way to circumvent our shields. Truly an exceptional man. He's planned for everything. Except you and me. You see, while his army is battering down Gerard's doors, you and I will sneak in through a back way, one that only I know about, while Silence and my friends are busy battling each other. We'll take over Beta and Gaia. I told you I want to help you.
Beta told me your colony was destroyed. That you came back to Earth because you had nowhere else to go.
It's true. After we reached our destination, a planet in the Sirius star system, we spent decades building a new home. The physical constraints of Earth, the boundaries of mortality, gone. To think of what we could have done with it. It might have been a utopia. Instead, we stagnated, absorbed in effortless comforts and virtual realities. It took a cataclysm to finally yank us out of our stupor.
What happened?
A massive geological event. We knew of instabilities in the planet core, but we underestimated them. By the time the collapse was upon us, it was too late to stop it. Only a few of us made it to the ship in time. We set course for Earth, the only safe harbor left to us.
Which you decided to make unsafe for anyone else.
Not me. Gerard. He believes it's better to wipe the canvas clean than work around the smudges. No more primitive tribes, no more combat machines, only a blank slate to do with as he pleases. But we will stop him. All we have to do is get into that base.
What exactly is your plan to sneak into the Zenith base?
We will make use of a lesson I learned from an early age. Always know your exits. In this case, a place where Gerard's new construction meets the ancient foundation, a passage that only I can access. When Silence flings his army at the base, we will enter through this back door, bypassing most of the fighting. The distraction will provide us with a window in which to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Once we're inside the base, where will we find Beta and Gaia?
Here in the command center. By then, Gaia will have been reunited with all of its subordinate functions, including Hephaestus.
What about the alpha build of Apollo on your ship?
A simple matter of recovery once the others have been dealt with. With that in hand, we'll have everything we need to make this world as it should be.
You said Beta is not in urgent danger, so what are the Zeniths doing to her?
Putting her to work. Merging Hephaestus with Gaia. A difficult, time-consuming task, as I'm sure you know. They will compel her if need be. But her life is not in danger. She's the only one who can do it.
Because you people made her to be nothing but a tool.
Gerard's idea, not mine. They always viewed me with suspicion when I attempted any form of kindness towards her. That's why I created the data channel. A virtual place where we could speak in peace.
Evo Rambo drug. Dobro je, kako si ti legenda? Dobro došao, Rambo.
So this channel you shared with Beta.
Ja mučim
none
se
of the other
dalje opet.
Zeniths ever found out about it.
Gerard believes he's the most cunning of all of us. Even after 1,000 years, he still can't imagine that I would outwit him. The channel allowed me to interact with Beta away from their mistrustful eyes. It offered us a chance to be ourselves.
Until you cut off all contact.
Yes, though it pained me. I was worried that our meetings would do her more harm than good.
She felt like you tossed her aside.
I was afraid the others would find out and punish her. She may not have had the comforts of friendship anymore, but at least I ensured she was safe. I know it seems harsh, but you must believe that her well-being has always been paramount to me.
Why did you make the data channel look like this place?
I built this house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place. Not just for me, but for the art stored below. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see them?
Yes. Her upbringing was so cold and technical. I thought if she could experience Vermeer and Rembrandt, it would bring something else into her life. A heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into her. I'm sorry I had to cut off contact, but I'll never regret sharing this house with her. She needed its shelter even more than I did.
How do you know about Silence's plan?
He isn't the only one adept at spyware.
You hacked his focus?
No, he's too careful for that. But his subordinates? Not so much. He gave additional focuses to the tribals he branded the Sons of Prometheus. By tapping them, I learned about most of his dealings. The distribution of
Dobro, Ramo, dobro su svi.
the arming of Tanakh
Ok,
rebels,
hvala
the
vam
secret
pitam.
pact with Regala to attack
Malo
the
pregledao, dobro je.
space.
But how did he come up with a weapon that can take down your shields?
That's the one thing I haven't been able to figure out, but however he did it, I'm quite certain it will work. With it in the Tanakh army, victory seems to be within his grasp. Such a shame he'll be disappointed.
Regala's only interested in killing Hikaru and waging war on the Karja. What does she have to gain by attacking Zeniths?
She must pay for her war. Without the ability to override machines, her little rebellion would have languished in the desert.
So she trades with the Sons of Prometheus. Machines to help her overthrow Hikaru.
In exchange for an assault on the base. Pride has deluded her into thinking she can actually survive such a battle. And all without ever knowing who the Sons of Prometheus really answer to. Yet for all of Silence's brilliance, still he underestimates you. That blind spot is what will allow us to take Beta and Gaia right out from under him.
While hundreds of Tanakh are cut down outside. My old focus. How did you find it, let alone repair it?
When we encountered you at the Hades Proving Lab, Gerard saw you as a redundancy. I knew better. You were a revelation. After your dramatic escape, bravo, by the way. Gerard and Eric assumed you were dead and gave up the hunt. I wasn't so sure. When the others were busy, I returned to the lab and searched for any trace of you.
Later.
That's when I found this little treasure. Not easy to repair, but certainly worth the effort. As I watched your life unfold, you were like a splash of color on a worn canvas. What Liz was, and more.
Did you show it to the others?
Of course not. It was your actions that inspired me to defy them. It's worth noting that if I hadn't found it, and watched its contents, I wouldn't have known to save you at the cauldron. You'd be dead.
So I should be grateful.
Ne znam, čitam je priču, sa zemlje je došla.
Je li ona robot?
Nije.
So you know all about me. What about you?
What would you like to know?
Ti napravio, dodelio, napravio
Pravo ću.
vampire.
Ja, pravo ću.
When I was 8, terrorists flooded my home city. Thousands drowned, my parents included. I was one of the few who survived. My guardian sent me to boarding school. Among my peers, I was the strange girl, the orphan to be avoided. All because of circumstances beyond my control.
Oh. So we're a lot alike, huh?
Aren't we? You were an outcast. But you didn't let that stop you from getting what you needed. Neither did I. I climbed my way out of desolation and used my wits to build a fortune. First, from the technical analysis of art and the detection of forgeries. Profitable expertise in those days. But as it turned out, the software I developed was even more useful for counterintelligence. From there, it was only a short step to gathering extremely valuable intelligence on my own.
You were a spy?
More like a service one could turn to for information. I had to remain anonymous, of course, to protect my privacy. But despite that anonymity, Far Zenith inevitably sought me out.
What happened when Far Zenith approached you?
They painted an irresistible vision of humanity's future. One where we need not fear illness or death, where we explored the furthest reaches of the stars and thrived. It was only later that I realized that they only intended to bequeath this future to the rich and powerful. By the time I finally figured it out, the walls were closing in, Pharaoh's machines were devouring the earth. So I accepted Far Zenith's invitation to a birth on the Odyssey. I wanted Liz to come, but she had nobler plans, as you well know.
So you didn't know the other Zeniths were monsters until it was too late?
I knew some of them were, certainly. It wasn't until we were off-planet that I understood the true scope of their greed. I was grateful to simply be alive, but the others became obsessed with a kind of effortless immortality. They built a colony where machines serviced their every need, where any memory or fantasy could be endlessly savored in virtual reality. It wasn't life. It was stultifying, a pampered dream state. As the decades passed, I withdrew more and more, alone yet again, but this time with eons to consider my mistakes. Now finally, having met you, I feel like I have a second chance.
To do what?
Help you, of course. To fulfill Liz's dream, which isn't so different from Far Zenith's original vision. A better future for humanity.
So you knew Elizabeth. What was she like?
Liz was everything she was. I see in you. And more. Your ingenuity, your determination, your moral compass. You've managed to distill her greatest qualities and make them your own.
I'm not asking about me. Tell me about Elizabeth. What was she really like?
The honest answer is that I don't actually know. For all the time that I spent with her, she always kept a part of herself locked away. It was like that from the moment we met.
So when you met Elizabeth, she was what? Distant? Aloof?
Not aloof. Not exactly. It was a summit in Paris about machine learning, a touchy subject in those days, because regulatory authorities were just starting to clamp down on AIs. Liz gave the keynote address. She had already achieved great renown for her work in automated environmental reclamation. But in her address, she was just starting to imagine the next step, an AI-driven system that wouldn't just act on its programming, but actually take responsibility for its sphere of influence.
To care about life, not just follow orders.
Revolutionary stuff. I was fascinated, and I wanted to meet her for a long time. I watched her after her talk. She had spoken with such moral authority, such empathy. But after that, she retreated. I could tell she felt uncomfortable with all of her admirers. It was as if giving the talk had cost her something. I didn't want to be a pest, so I planned my approach carefully.
So how did you finally approach Elizabeth after her talk?
I picked the right moment. The morning of the next day, right as she came back to the conference, she had just had her coffee. She was fresh, rested. It was like she had braced herself for the onslaught of colleagues. I asked if I could walk with her, then put forth a question about her talk that I thought was intelligent. Her answer made me realize it wasn't, but she was very welcoming. Almost as if we were previously acquainted. It was only halfway through the conversation that I realized She knew exactly who I was. It was quite a shock to me. My business was trafficking in secrets, and I took great pains to protect my anonymity. So that was Liz, perpetually one step ahead. I came to view our meeting as a metaphor for our friendship. She always seemed to know me far better than I knew her.
I guess I know the feeling. First Varl, now Hikaru and the Tenakth. Your plan would wipe out an entire tribe. There has to be another way.
We are in an admittedly desperate situation, but I assure you there isn't. Remember Zero Dawn. Elizabeth's sacrifice. Sometimes many have to die for a new world to grow.
If it looks impossible, look deeper. Wait. The data channel. It still exists, doesn't it? I need you to open it. Let me talk to Beta.
Impossible. We might be detected.
It's worth the risk. There is another way, one where the Tenakth survive.
But we won't. If the others...
If you want to help, open it. What are they doing to her?
Virtual reality dissociation. The manual merge of Hephaestus will take hours upon hours of tedious micromanagement. If she resists the work, they run simulations to induce feelings of isolation and despair.
Beta, can you hear me?
You're alive. They're watching me. I can't hold up this extra projection for long. You should have killed me.
No. No, look at me. I'm coming for you. I promise. Okay? I just need you to hold out a little while longer and work on the merge.
Then I think it can be done.
I'll contact again when it's time. Can you hold on?
As long as I know you're coming for me, I can endure anything.
All right. I did as you asked. Now I think you need to tell me what you're planning.
I'm going to take Silent's army away. I don't need it. Only the weapon he made to penetrate your shields.
And how do you propose to get it? Ask him nicely?
Without Regala and her rebels, he won't have a choice. We'll be his only option.
Only option for what? What did you tell her?
That is between me and my sister. We'll be Silent's only option for crashing that base. I'll tell you the rest later. But first, there are a couple of things I have to do.
Oh. And what are those?
Lay my friend to rest. And then I'm going to use the override that Beta gave me at Gemini to put an end to Regala's rebellion. From the air.
Wait. since you insist on doing things your way, I know of something that will truly help you make a grand entrance with the Tenat. The ancient Horus Titans still possess electromagnetic energy cells as part of their arsenal. Drop one of those on Regala's army and they'll receive quite a surprise. So go, do what you must. I'll come to your base if you manage to bring silence to the table.
Not if. When. Erend, are you there?
Aloy! Aloy, is that really you?
Yeah, it's me. Where's everyone else?
We're all... we're back at base. What happened?
It might be easier to explain in person. I'll try to join you there when I can.
Okay. We'll wait here for you. It's good to hear your voice, Aloy.
Just to let you know, I'm now patched into your focus network.
Great. I take it the other Zeniths can't hear us?
Of course not. And they don't know about your base either, in case you were wondering. I've sent you data on the Horus energy cells you can use against Regala's forces. Reach out to me when you're ready to acquire one.
Understood. Soon enough. wings holding up? Going down. Looks like there's more to this place. I'm sure Tilda won't mind me poking around. How to get through these vines? Falling gently. happens now.
When you're wounded, you have to strike back. Draw blood.
Hey! Can't I get one damn minute to mourn my friend?
Regala is going to slaughter my tribe to overthrow Hikaru. The Zeniths have Beta and Gaia. We can't sit around wallowing in our losses.
Kotallo's right. We must fight.
Oh, all right. So what are we gonna do, huh? Take on all of Regala's rebels?
Not to mention the Zeniths. What can we even do? Throw ourselves at their base?
Something like that. So...
After we lost contact with you, we regrouped and went to Gemini. What happened? The recording we found on Varl's focus cut off when that Zenith, Eric...
The Zeniths were tracking Hephaestus. When Gaia trapped it in Gemini, they knew where we were. After Varl tried to stop them. They took Beta and Gaia. I only survived because one of the Zeniths turned against the others to save me.
One of them? Well... at least we didn't lose you too. So what do we do now?
We're going to defeat the Zeniths and get Beta and Gaia back. But first, we're going to stop Regala.
How?
Back in Gemini, Beta gave me a gift. There's something I need to do first to make it work, but it could put an end to the bloodshed.
Word is, Regala's readying her army for an all-out assault on the Grove. I need to be there.
I know. Go. Stand with Akaro. And keep an eye on the sky.
Strike true as the 10.
The rest of you, whatever preparations you need to make, upgrades, resupplies, get on it. It won't be long before we take the fight to the Zeniths.
We'll be ready, Aloy. And when you're ready, meet me outside the east exit. I'd like to have a word in private.
Even when things are darkest, you're the flame that lights the way forward.
Just tell me one thing. Am I gonna get to smash up a bunch of Zenith bastards?
We all are.
Good.
Before I do anything else, I should check on Zoe. It sounded important. You look busy.
My studies are a good distraction. Especially after Cauldron Gemini. Varl, Beta, Gaia, gone. And that's just the beginning. The Zeniths want to rob us of our future, too.
We won't let that happen.
Oh, and if you have a moment, there's something I could use your help with.
You mentioned Eric Visser? How do you know about him?
The Zenith who tried to kill you? He is known to the Quen as the Protector. Combing through data related to his work led us to breakthroughs related to weapons and military tactics. Knowledge our rulers used to conquer and expand, to become the empire we are today. That's why he's one of our most revered ancestors. But based on your encounter with him, it appears he's even more ruthless than we ever imagined. Yet another distorted interpretation in the legacy.
Well, at least you're piecing together the truth.
If only the overseers back home would do the same.
Beta mentioned other Zeniths. Tilda, Verbena, and Gerard.
I'm afraid I don't know anything about them. Whatever legacy they left behind, the Diviners haven't recovered.
Tilda, the Zenith that Beta mentioned, she was the one who rescued me.
Did she say why?
She knew Elizabeth Sobek. Seems to think helping me is honoring her in some way. She was willing to share information on both Silence's plans and the other Zeniths.
But you still don't trust her. Where I come from, the more valuable the knowledge shared, the higher the price extracted. I'd be careful if I were you, Aloy.
I see you've been using your new focus.
It's been fascinating. So much better than the version the Quen have. What would have taken me years to sort through, like the database you helped me recover, with this, I've been able to establish search parameters to speed up the process. This could revolutionize how Diviners analyze the legacy. That is, whatever part of it the Overseers would actually let us study.
You wanted data, you'll find lots of it here.
A Diviner has never had this sort of unsupervised access to archives such as this. And knowing you, I suspect there is much that would normally be forbidden held within them. But I was sent here to help you. I would be remiss to ignore any truth laid before me. Maybe it'll help the Quen find their way back to the path of truth.
Any more data catch your eye?
All of it? I have so much to study up on. Years, actually. I'm particularly interested in the Odyssey. We knew the ancestors had made it to the moon. In fact, we theorized some of them had settled on it. But Sirius is way farther than that. And we thought journeying across the ocean would be the feat of a lifetime. The sheer calculations needed for space travel, it's overwhelming to think about.
Even so, the Quen are way ahead of other tribes when it comes to understanding this stuff. Where I grew up, everyone thought that stars were sparks that rose from a fire lit by the goddess to guide us through the night. So, all of the tribes here are new to you?
Yes, I've been studying up on them. The most fascinating one thus far has been the Tenakth, an entire culture based on the holograms of an ancient museum. There's much they've misinterpreted, not unlike the Quen. But still, there's a nobility to what they've become. They're honorable and fearless.
And deadly. You mentioned there was something you needed help with?
Yes. So, as I was sifting through data from the greenhouse, I found references to an old world system back in the Great Delta. It's called Leviathan. My people discovered it decades ago. A sprawling network of river gates and a labyrinth of underground tunnels. The legacy revealed that the old ones used it to control flooding. But we've never gotten it to work. The whole thing is shut down. But the data from the greenhouse mentions the research facility where Leviathan was created. It's in San Francisco.
Another Pharaoh facility?
No. Leviathan was a project by Eileen Sasaki, another ancestor. So the legacy tells us, anyway, if we can acquire that data, we might be able to fix the system back in the Great Delta. Every year, my sister gets terrified when the long rains begin. With Leviathan, maybe she won't have to be.
Okay. So, where in San Francisco is this facility?
That's the thing. The data doesn't say where, exactly. But one of our diviners has been exploring the ruins. He might know. Would you come with me? I have a feeling that wherever this facility is, well, you're much better at fighting machines than I am.
Of course. I'll let you know when I'm in landfall.
Thank you, Aloy.
How are you holding up?
Varl's loss is heavy on everyone's mind. I didn't know him well, but I can see how much he meant to the others. Zoe and Erend seem to have taken to it the hardest, but I don't quite know what to say to them.
They need time to sort through it.
And what about you? Will time heal your wounds?
I don't know. I try not to think about it. I imagine you don't know anyone here that well yet, but they're a good group.
It's funny because one of your friends is, well, another you. Not that you are the same person at all. I mean, you are, as in, you're both genetically Elizabeth Sobek, but even so, you're different.
We grew up very differently. But sometimes different is good.
Yes, of course.
I hope everyone's been treating you okay.
Oh, yeah, of course. They've all been extremely welcoming. And they share the knowledge they learn on their focuses with each other freely. It's refreshing. Back home, diviners can only share data with the permission from the overseers.
Sounds restrictive and stifling.
Yeah, you are not wrong.
Have you spoken with Zoe at all?
A little bit, but I did hear her singing with Varl not too long ago. I don't think they noticed. Zoe seemed so free when she did it. Like every emotion she had was taking flight in song. And she looked happier because of it. I felt so dull and nervous in comparison.
You should ask Zoe to teach you sometime. About Utaru music.
Maybe.
Seems like everyone's ready to take the fight to the enemy.
Kotallo more than most. If I were this Regala, I wouldn't want to cross him on the battlefield.
Regala still has a lot of machines on her side.
That's where you come in, I suspect.
if my plan works. You mentioned the reason you came here was to help your family. Your sister...
Her name is Alika. Our parents are commoners, peasants, really. When I passed the divination exams, they were so proud. It brought honor to our family and increased rations. Only Alika begged me not to leave for the research academy.
Why? What happens there?
Alika knew that once you enter, you're not allowed to leave or see anyone, not even your family. Unless you can get special permission and an escort by an overseer.
It sounds harsh.
Like the focuses we keep, diviners are few in number, and the Empire is, well, fearful that outsiders will try to steal our knowledge. Last time I was allowed to see my family was just before our voyage here. Because of my position, I was able to get them refuge from the floods within the capital. But if our crops don't recover soon, they'll starve to death along with everyone else.
I promise I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't come to that. The ancestors, is that what your people call the old ones?
Yes and no. The ancestors are the greatest of the old ones. Those whose legacy taught us agriculture, medicine, warfare, leadership, and patronage of the science and arts.
The CEO called Elizabeth Sobek an assistant. What's that about?
Right. Well, any old one who has made minor contributions or worked extensively under one of the ancestors is called an assistant. That's how we thought of Sobek, until we met you. Our limited access to data past the late 2040s has obviously misinformed our view of the past.
You said you owed me an explanation for what happened in Thebes. I'm listening.
Right. I'll start at the beginning with the CEO. He was an Imperial, the Emperor's nephew, in fact. As such, he sponsored many diviners to search the legacy for anything that might help the tribe, and himself. He took a special interest in anything related to Ted Faro, whom we consider the greatest of the ancestors.
Ted Faro, revered ancestor. That's tough to take.
I know better now, of course. Anyway, the diviners discovered that Faro spent a great deal of time in San Francisco. In fact, many of the most important ancestors did. So the Emperor's nephew convinced him that an expedition across the ocean might solve our most pressing problems. If only we could find the right data in this fabled city. Perhaps we could roll back the floods and storms that threatened our people. The Emperor declared that all the tribe's resources be poured into this endeavor. Dozens of ships were built, scouting missions were dispatched, and the Emperor's nephew was named CEO, one who wields the legacy for the good of the Empire. The living embodiment of Ted Faro, a renewer. It may seem strange now, but for a time, he carried all of our hopes. We really believed he would save us. We had no idea just how perilous the journey would be.
You said the expedition across the sea was more dangerous than you thought it would be. What happened?
We lost most of our ships to hurricanes, and scores of soldiers perished to hunger and disease. And that was before we even hit the coast. Once we landed, machines ripped our patrols apart, and we struggled to replenish our rations. There were bright spots, to be sure. We found Thebes and the greenhouse, but nothing improved the CEO's mood as his dreams of saving the tribe were slowly dashed. He became more and more obsessed with Thebes and what lay behind its door, and more convinced that the title of CEO was no mere honorific. You heard him, spouting nonsense about Pharaoh's essence and some kind of becoming. We knew these weren't the words of a sane man, but he was quick to put any who spoke out in front of a firing squad.
What a great guy.
The Quen are wrong about many things when it comes to the legacy. I can see that now. But what the CEO became was a complete perversion of what principal diviners stand for. The pursuit of truth. I'm sorry you had to endure his madness. I'm just glad it's over. For everyone.
So, Bohai, your overseer. Will he run things better than CEO?
He won't execute people on a whim, if that's what you mean. But he's hardly a paragon of integrity. I can't tell you how many times he took credit for data in the legacy that I uncovered. The best thing I can say about him is that he can be trusted to always do what's best for him.
Yep, sounds about right. Back at the greenhouse, you spoke of knowledge forbidden to your people.
Diviners are meant to seek out the truth in the legacy, and many Imperials sponsor them in the hopes they'll find something the Empire can put to use, thus gaining favor with the Emperor. But the Board of Overseers claims certain truths are detrimental to the stability of the Empire, like discovering one of our revered ancestors ended the world. That is why Diviners are only allowed to access segments of the legacy. Only Overseers can view it all. It ensures that any heretical data can be contained and retrieved before it can spread.
What happens to Diviners who break the rules?
I never had the courage to ask.
Tilda, the Zenith that Beta mentioned?
Did she?
She knew a little. She was.
But where I come, the higher the price, I'd be careful.
I should get going. Be ready to go on my signal, okay?
I won't let you down.
I know. And, like I said, I'll let you know when I'm in landfall. We'll find the data you're after.
I appreciate it.
I thought you were gonna go fight some Tanakh.
I wanted to check in with you first.
Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm just, picking up the pieces like everyone else. I'll be there when you need me.
I never doubted that.
Oh. Good. I'm glad you're back.
So am I. You look tired.
Ha! You never want to hold back, are you? I've just been making sure that I got everything down for this mission of yours. I wouldn't want to be the usual screw-up out there.
You'll do fine, Erend. I know you hate waiting, but you'll have to stay back here a little longer.
Well, you go do what you gotta do, but are you okay? It's not just Varl we lost. Beta's gone. I almost lost it when I realized my sister had been taken by Dervahl back in the Sundom.
I'm getting her back. That's all that matters.
Understood.
Do you think so will be okay?
I don't think anyone's ever okay after losing the one they love. I can't tell you she's handling it better than I ever did. That keeps the rest of us level-headed.
Have you spoken with Alva yet?
Yeah, when she's not reading the archives like a giddy kid drinking her first ale. She took to that new focus quick, that's for sure. I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. But I can see why you two hit it off.
Anybody take you up on that ale you brought yet?
Zoe can't stand the smell of it. I tried Alva, but I don't think she knows what taking a break means.
What about Catalo?
Ah, now there's a man that can hold his liquor. Pretty sure we downed half a keg. We had a good chat, I think.
I need to get going.
You better get there before Catalo tries to take on Regala's entire army by himself. Yeah, do me a favor. Don't go disappearing on us again.
I'll do my best. Feels empty in here without Gaia. There. Let's see what we got.
Fascinating. Oh, back already?
Tilda's the one who rescued me. Same one that spoke to Beta when none of the others would.
Did she say why she saved you?
She knew Elizabeth Sobek. Seems to think helping me is honoring her in some way. She was willing to share information on both Silence's plans and the other Zeniths.
But you still don't trust her. Where I come from, the more valuable the knowledge shared, the higher the price extracted. I'd be careful if I were you, Aloy.
What was Leviathan again?
A flood control system back in the Great Delta. It was built by Eileen Sasaki, another of our ancestors. If we can acquire the data on it, we might be able to fix the system back home. Then my sister, my parents, other families won't have to live in fear of their homes washing away when the long rains come.
Right. And to find it, we need to head back to San Francisco. I should get going.
Be careful, Aloy.
And I haven't forgotten about the data on Leviathan. I'll let you know when I make it back to landfall.
Thank you, Aloy.
Huh. There's Quen's stuff in here now. Must be Alva's. this time, I've been so focused on what Elizabeth was like, what she would do. I was wrong to hold Beta to that standard. I probably shouldn't even be doing it to myself. I'll try to do better. When it looks impossible, look deeper. And then fight like you can win. I will, Rost. Now and always. Focus. It's Varl's. I used to think no Nora would ever accept one. But Varl did. Even when he was overwhelmed. He refused to let me push him away. I failed Varl at Gemini. I should have pushed harder. I should have done more. I'd give anything to have him back. So Sylens' plan was to trick Regala into sacrificing her tribe in a hopeless battle against the Zeniths. It's so heartless. Hikaru, Deka, Katalo, countless others. I won't let their lives be thrown away. Oh, I guess this is things.
Aloy. Aloy. If you were listening to this, then, things didn't go as planned at Gemini. I know you'll keep your promise. Which means I must be dead. Well, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? But what's happened since you found me in that ectogenic chamber? Thank you, Aloy. You've been my shelter. And I would risk it all again to be by your side. I know you'll find a way forward. That's what you do.
I'm sorry, Beta. But I'm getting you back, no matter what it takes.
Over here, Aloy. We would come out here to tend to the garden. Sometimes I needed fresh air. Other times we would simply sit and watch the sunrise. So when we returned from Gemini, it seemed fitting that he be laid to rest here. Now he can always look out at Plainsong and... further east, to the Nora sacred lands.
He would have liked that.
He often spoke of his sister, Bala. He said she used to gather her favorite golden blooms and tie them to her spear. Their mother called it useless, but Bala was stubborn.
Yeah, she seemed like that.
It wasn't easy. But I tracked down the flower. Gathered its seeds. As verdant limbs wither, roots rot in snow, still the sea rises, as certain as stone. From death follows new life. So it is with the land. And so it is with us. I'm with child, Aloy. I was going to tell him when he got back from Gemini. Instead, one day, I'll bring our child here. We'll sit among the blooms and watch the sunrise.
I never got to tell him. To thank him. For saving my life, sure, but also... for not giving up on me.
He always knew.
Goodbye, Varl. I promise to look after them. I'll try to visit again when I can. for now. I need to go to the fabrication terminal to install the new override on my spear. Then I'll use it on the sunray and get ready for an entrance Regala will never forget.
Before I forget, I watered those plants for you. I just know they meant a lot to you, and
Override installed. Now to find a sunwing. I think there are some roosting at the top of the mountain.
just you wait, Varl. We're taking those space slugs down.
Okay, I need to find a sunwing to override. Better head up the mountain. Good. There are sunwings up here. I'll have to approach them quietly. Tilda, I'm in the air.
Then you'll want to pick up an energy cell on one of the ancient Horus Titans. But first you must send out a pulse to activate them. I've sent you the necessary software. To deploy it, you'll have to override one of the communication machines you refer to as Tallnecks. There's one in the middle of the desert that should do nicely.
Back. On it. There must be a Desert Clan village. Maybe I should check in on it after I've dealt with Regala.
It's a Carlos champion!
There's a Tallneck. Need to get on top of its head. How to land this thing. Made it. Just got over it. Okay, Tilda. I've overridden the tarmac.
Good. And the energy cells are now primed. Simply pick one up on a Horus. The nearest one should be northwest of your position. Dropping it on Regala's machine should produce quite a spectacle.
Thanks for the assist.
I told you, I want to help.
Whoa! I'm gonna get used to that. That's the Desert Clan's capital. I can really see the scale of it. The Horus should be northwest of here. Reinforcements, maybe. Heading for the grove. I hope a cover on this knock can hold out a little longer. Here's the energy cell. I have to take this back. Got the cell. Now on to the grove. Pulse from the Tolmec should have reactivated all the energy cells in the region. I should be able to pick up more from any horse I fly to. It'll be useful, even after I deal with Regala. Go.
Regala's inside. Hikara will soon be dead. It's all over, Chaplain.
I gotta drop it now. Here it goes.
It's Aloy! She flies on the wings of the 10.
The tide has turned! Push through!
End of the line, Hikara. Now on your knees, and I'll give you the death you didn't have the spine to give me.
They're down! The machines! All of them! They're down!
What? How's that possible?
Regala! Enough bloodshed! Let's settle this. You and me.
Easy to say when you're atop a machine.
Well, that was just to get your attention. I don't need any help to take you down.
Fine. I accept your challenge. And once I'm done with you, I'll get to finish the slaughter.
We'll see about that.
The duel is set. Let none interfere.
For me?
The fight is just beginning!
that's how it's gonna be. Not without ammo loaded.
Is where it ends!
Yeah, it is.
Come to me! I waited for the battle that would prove me! It seems I must wait! Here I am again, on my knees before bootlets and cowards. Go ahead, run me through.
Shut your mouth, traitor.
It was you who flew in on the wings of the 10. You who challenged her by our rights. You must decide her fate. I spared her once. It only made things worse. She was the best of my marshals. What a waste.
She's dangerous, all right. But maybe that's exactly what I need.
Cowards! What more do you have to conspire about?
Whether you live or die. I'm not here to forgive you for your crimes. But there's another battle ahead. Against an enemy more powerful than anything you can imagine. And I need people. A squad. That's willing to do whatever it takes.
I don't want your mercy.
It's not mercy. The battle I'm talking about will be charging into a nightmare.
A better death than this? Yes. My blood is yours. Your enemies are mine.
Meet us at our stronghold, in the mountains near Plainsong.
You mean to send her alone? Without even an armed guard?
She does not need it.
I will be there. You have my word.
I'll hold you to it.
Chief, there's something you both need to see. In the throne room. He surrendered to our guards outside the grove. Claims he has an urgent message for the Outlander who defeated Regala.
So, state it.
It's for her alone. From an interested party.
I'm gonna need some privacy.
Clear the room. Put him with the rest of Regala's soldiers.
I'll see you back at base.
You saved the tribe. Let me help you with your mission.
No. With Regala gone, you have a chance to build the future you dreamed of. So get to your task.
Then at least allow me to give you this. Armor for the battle ahead. May it keep you safe.
Thank you.
Do you have any idea what you've just done?
Oh, it's a pleasure to see you too, Silence.
Congratulations on your victory. You saved the Tanakh for a few weeks. Unfortunately, you've doomed the entire planet as well.
Wrong. I don't need a Tanakh army to defeat the Zeniths.
Oh, Aloy. Have you learned nothing about the enemy we're up against?
More than you, hiding whatever hole you found. My idea is just better than anything you ever came up with.
Go on.
No, not here. We're doing this my way. Face to face, and with the weapon you've developed.
And why would I agree to that?
Because I'm your only way of beating the Zeniths, and getting the copy of Apollo that's on their ship. So meet me at my base. Mountains west of Plainsong. Time to submit to the inevitable silence and follow the person who actually knows what she's doing. Don't be late. Tilda, you there? I did it. Silence is on board, so head to my base.
Impressive. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Now that I can fly, I might want to see what else I can do before I head back.
Had a good run at the hunting grounds the other day. Earned a half stripe.
Please. Full stripe or don't even
You should
bother.
paint your face, Outlander. It will bring fear to your enemies.
So, Aloy, you've added yet another deed to your name, and I'm guessing by the look in your eyes that you're not done yet.
Not quite.
Is there anything we can do? We owe you that much.
After everything you've been through, you're one of the best people to support Hikaru's bid for peace. Not just between the clans, but with the Karja too.
Then I will. You have my word.
And until my last breath, I'll make sure the tribe remembers all that you've done for us.
So the machines the rebels honor the Tanakh. How do they do it? Tame them to ride, that is.
So, I hear the battle of the Empire. Working in North is that the Outlander and Marshal Talo want him to war with the Single Army.
Firing on me. I can send it to my stash.
Walk with honor.
Yeah, Mr. Know-It-All is here. You know, your focus buddy who never smiles. I didn't know what to do with him, so I had him wait in your room.
Got it. Thanks. Well, Silence. Looks like you finally found a door you could open without me.
I'm glad it's there, actually. It kept me from having to mingle with the company you keep. But enough prattle. I believe you owe me an explanation. Your plans for the Zenith base?
You're right. I do owe you. My spear in your throat for deceiving me again. At the Hades Proving Lab.
I doubt you asked me here for that kind of reckoning.
No. Right now, I need your help. So I'm giving you one final chance. But if you ever betray me again, I will kill you no matter what the circumstance. Understood?
Very well. Though we'll both face a decidedly short future if you can't get us inside that base.
Aloy, your other guest is here. She's, coming to you.
Thanks. Good timing. The truth is, I can't actually get us into the base. But she can.
The company you keep is even worse than I thought.
Not a fan of surprises, are you? Oh, look. That must be your little invention.
Does the weapon work? Without self-destructing?
Of course it does. I've eliminated the imperfections and greatly improved its design and output.
How can we be sure?
Care for a demonstration?
Enough, both of you. We're in this together, at least for now. Go talk to Erend. Tell him I said to give you rooms of your own. I'll come see you when I get a chance.
Oh, no. You first.
Better get everyone in the control room, so Tilda can tell us what she knows about the Zenith base. With Regala out of the way, Hikaru and Tanakh, they're safe. The future's up to them now. I do wish they'd drop all the honorary names they've given me. But if I've learned anything about them, that it's not a battle I am going to win.
Yeah?
I was thinking we could swap
Okay. Maybe it's time to get everyone together so Tilda can brief us. But is there any... All right, people. I need you up in the control room, right away. Okay, everyone. We all know what's at stake. Beta, Gaia. Not to mention life on Earth. Now, it might seem like the Zeniths are invincible, but they're not. We've got what it takes to break into their base and defeat them. We even have one of them on our side. Tilda, show us the base.
It is constructed atop the ruins of an ancient military facility on an island to the southwest. I can get us inside. To this location, undetected.
How exactly?
You'll know when you need to. Once inside, our goal will be this structure. The launch tower. Gaia and Beta are being held at the top. But along the way, we will face overwhelming resistance. Most importantly from Gerard, Eric, and the others.
but also...
Once I take away their shields, we should be able to deal with them. But it will be easier to deploy the device if someone else is carrying it. I'll need a strong back.
Carry stuff? Yeah, I can do that.
Even if your device works, there will still be Spectre drones, scores of them.
If only we had an army to fight them.
I've got that under control. You'll know when you need to. All right. We'll meet up again just before we go in. Where's the best place to rendezvous?
On the coast, just across from the island. Once there, I'll show you the way.
Okay. I'll let you know when I arrive at the rendezvous point. And then you can join me. In the meantime, do whatever you need to prepare. Understood? You two? A minute? Tilda helped me get in touch with Beta, and she told me something important. There's an installation inside the base. It's called a regulator. Here. Once we're inside, I need you two to split off from everyone else and destroy it. So you'll have to bring explosives. This will help stop the drones. Everything depends on it. You with me? After that, I want you to find a way to infiltrate the Zenith network.
How?
Go over all the data that Beta left behind. She knew how to do it, I'm sure of that.
All right. But why? What am I trying to do?
Find information about the Zeniths. Anything Tilda's not telling us. Silence is right about one thing. There's no way we can take her on her word.
I'll do my best.
Keep her safe, okay?
On my life.
Okay. Almost time to go after Beta and Gaia. Might be good to check up on everyone first.
Gonna clean my gear later. I can do yours if you want.
I cleaned it already.
Yeah, of course.
Did you need something? Bravo. You managed to sway a Zenith to your side. Care to explain?
Not a chance. I thought you said the weapon was ready.
There's always room to optimize. But that's not why you're here. I assume you want to comprehend my undertakings. So, ask away.
Since when were you so forthcoming?
Since you turned this into a waiting game. And as it seems you have found modest success, perhaps I'm willing to be generous.
Okay, so your big plan, everything you've been manipulating for the last few months. Let me see if I got this straight. You learned about the Zeniths from Hades when you interrogated it. Then you came up with a plan to defeat them by using a Tenakth army and that weapon. And to get the Tenakth to fight for you, or rather the sons of Prometheus, armed Regalla's rebels with override tech.
Did you have an actual question, or are you still playing catch-up?
So all this time, even before I found the coordinates at the Spire, you were out here scheming. Why couldn't you just tell me?
When I learned of the Zenith's return to Earth, I laid out my plans. I knew I would one day require an army of overzealous Tenakth to assault the Zenith base. The casualties would be extreme. And I knew you would never allow such a sacrifice, no matter how necessary. Thus, I devised a means to remove your interference from the equation. at the Hades Proving Lab.
You wanted me to surrender to the Zenith at the Hades Proving Lab. They almost killed me.
Based on everything I knew about them, I concluded they would find you a useful asset, thereby keeping you out of harm's way and, more importantly, out of my way.
So you really didn't know they had their own clone of Elizabeth?
No. Unfortunately, there was no way I could have known that particular detail.
Detail? Well, I guess if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be here today. Tell me about the weapon. How does it work?
I've upgraded the delivery system. It now emits a wave-like effect covering a significant distance.
That doesn't fully answer my question.
No, but I'd be a fool to reveal its inner workings. After all, why did you withhold your plan for dealing with the Zenith drones? Yes, even you can appreciate the value of secrecy when warranted. Suffice it to say that the weapon will work. The intricacies of how is knowledge that is mine alone.
Why help Regala take over? If you wanted an army, you could have just gone to Hekarro.
Before Regala's rebellion, Hekarro was only concerned with battling machines and fostering friendships with the Karja. Even if I gained his ear, he would never agree to send his forces to battle a threat he couldn't understand.
So helping a bloodthirsty exile was easier?
Yes, exceedingly so. All Regala craved was war against the Karja and anyone who threatens the Tanakt. She would have led the tribe into battle without question, which was precisely what I needed.
Why create the Sons of Prometheus? You didn't need a bunch of Oseram tinkerers to make override tech.
They were a necessary safeguard. My time serving Hades and the Eclipse demonstrated the risks of getting directly involved. Through the Sons of Prometheus, I could execute my plans, all while remaining anonymous.
While I was out there, I had a couple run-ins with the Quen.
The tribe from across the ocean. And?
Their entire tribe was shaped around the discovery of focuses. One of them, Alva, even joined me here. Don't you want to know more about them?
No. They stumbled upon the greatest technological artifact from the ancient world, and what did they do with it? They shrouded the knowledge they unearthed in mysticism and taboo, creating a pantheon out of corporate shills.
Yes, well, it also led them to Thebes.
Did it now?
So those run-ins with the Quen I mentioned. On one of them I teamed up with their expedition to search Thebes. We found Pharaoh at the end.
You must have needed Omega clearance. So, what was it like?
Worse than you can imagine.
He single-handedly wiped out collective human knowledge. I'm sure it was still less than he deserved.
Let me guess. You would have scraped him into a jar so you could prod his brain, like what you did with Hades.
For a start.
All right, Silence. I think I've talked to you long enough. I'll let you know when it's time to go. And try not to mess with Tilda while you're in here, okay? I don't need the two of you butting heads.
Yes. About your Zenith ally. I wonder if you understand what kind of person you're dealing with. For someone to live as long as she has, outlast as many calamities, well, your goals may be aligned now, but I'd watch for the moment they diverge.
Yeah, I'm aware. Reminds me of someone else I know.
Survival is only a necessity to my greater purpose, Aloy. I'd hoped you'd recognize that by now.
Do you know something or not?
Oh, I know a great deal of things. But on this, just call it a feeling.
Oh, a feeling? You mean you finally had one? Huh. Guess even you can change, Silence.
You know, we've never played
pinstripe together.
Oh no. I got enough trouble with Katalo, always kicking my ass.
Who says I'm any good at it?
Where my luck's going, I'll bet you're a pro.
You nervous?
I'd be lying if I said I'm not slightly apprehensive.
The plan will work if we all focus on our assignments.
Right.
I suppose you saw that Tilda is here. Our very own Zenith.
I almost went up to her to ask her, well, every question I've ever had about the legacy. Every diviner I know would kill to get 5 minutes with one of the old ones. But now that she's here, all I feel is a vague unease. I don't know if I'm scared of finding out more uncomfortable truths, or just scared of her. Probably both.
The rest of us should be enough of a distraction to the Zeniths for you to hack into their network undetected. But you'll have to be quick, in case they do.
What exactly do you expect me to find, Aloy?
I don't know. The truth, if we're lucky. Once all this is over, will you go back across the ocean?
I don't know. The more I think about it, the more worried I become. If I go back, I don't even know if they'd let me keep this focus you gave me, or what they'd do to me for reading what is clearly forbidden data. Even if I somehow were allowed to carry on my duties as a diviner, would I be willing to let the truths I've learned about the ancestors be buried away by the Board of Overseers? Would I dare challenge them and risk my family's safety? Or losing Federa?
Who's this Federa you mentioned?
She is another diviner. One of our best. We used to be rivals at the academy. I hated her guts. But apparently there's a fine line between hate and love. We became very close, and then I was assigned to the expedition. She promised she'd wait for me, no matter how long it took.
Well, that was smart of her. She won't do any better.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I do. Are you okay?
I was wondering, is it really safe having someone like Regala here? She seems angry. The kind of angry that leads to murdering people in their sleep.
Don't worry. We're going to point that anger in the right direction. The Zeniths.
If you say so.
I hope our new guests have been behaving.
The Silence. He's the one who built the weapon that can take down Zenith shields?
He is. Though I wouldn't expect him to answer any questions about it. He refuses to dole out his secrets to us lesser mortals.
Oh.
You know that special part of us that makes us warm, kind, welcoming?
Our spirit?
Yeah. He was born without that. I want you to know I'm glad you're with us, Alva.
Whatever happens, I'm grateful that the legacy brought us together. I never thought I'd get to actually meet an ancestor.
Come on, do I look that old? Katalo will protect you inside the Zenith base.
I'm not afraid. I know Katalo will fulfill his duty, as will I. If we die doing so, at least it'll be alongside a friend.
I'd rather you both stay alive, if you don't mind.
We'll try and keep that in mind.
I need to get going.
I'll be at the rendezvous point. May truth lead us to victory.
these rebels...
Haven't seen you since the battle at the Grove. How are you holding up?
I saw you fly on the wings of the Ten, and paralyze Regala's army with lightning. I would say that I am... inspired.
Thank you, I guess.
It is I who should be thanking you. All that remains is to follow you to the end. Whatever that will be.
We're lucky to have you on our side.
Oh, and by the way, I was hoping we could finally discuss this new arm of mine, if you have the time.
Did you meet Tilda?
There is something about her that doesn't seem natural. I wouldn't be surprised if my sword went through her and she didn't bleed at all.
Honestly, with her, nothing would surprise me. Things will get ugly once the Zeniths realize we're in their base. You'll need every trick you've ever learned.
I would have it no other way. Many soldiers died in the old world to make sure we stood here today. We will endure on their behalf. Though, I am curious how you intend to defeat the Zenith's defenses without an army of our own.
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're ready to fight.
As you say. You have more than earned my trust.
How are your studies going?
I wanted to learn more about the world of the Old Ones.
And?
I looked up this pharaoh Gaia said you went looking for, and learned about the plague of machines he unleashed. To think that the ancient world was wiped out by... a mistake. A single miscalculation. There is no glory or honor in such a fate. Only hubris. And pointless death.
That about sums it up. Think you're ready to put all your training to the test?
I am Tenakth. I am always ready.
Now that training time is over, what's on your mind?
The Bulwark, the Kulrut, and how we need another miracle if we're to survive the Zenith base.
I'll try not to let you down.
I know you will not.
Look, I know you're probably not happy about keeping Regala around, but I want her on our side when we fight the Zeniths.
It is more than she deserves. Even so, I will not question your judgment.
Thank you, Kotallo. Have you spoken with Alva?
The Quen is peculiar. Nothing like a Tenakth. Her mind is sharp, that much is certain. But it's hard to imagine her surviving in the wilds.
Trust me, she's tougher than she looks.
I will take your word for it.
You nervous about the mission ahead?
If I live, it will be in victory. If I die, it will be in battle. What matters most is that you achieve your objective.
I'll do my best. We didn't really get to talk about what happened at Gemini.
There was nothing more to say. If he were Tenakth, Varl's bravery would have earned him sacred burial at the Grove, among the most distinguished of our tribe's warriors. His deeds were worthy of the Ten. When the fight is done, I will have the Inkers etch his memory on my skin, so that it may live on.
I'm sure he'd be honored. Your people keep mentioning the wings of the Ten. What exactly does it mean?
The visions tell us that the Ten flew on great metal machines with wings, and leapt into battle from the sky. For us, to imitate this feat is the ultimate expression of martial prowess. It is why the challengers leap into the arena during the Kulrut. And now, you have done it. Like the deeds of the Ten themselves, it will never be forgotten. So, tell me, how did it feel?
I won't lie. Pretty good.
I can only imagine.
We didn't really get to talk about what happened.
There, if among, well, I will have the.
I'll see you soon then.
It will be my honor.
There you are. Well done, Aloy. Despite my reservations, you managed to secure Silence and his weapon. You're truly a shining example of Liz's fortitude.
I've been thinking about what you said at your house. How you were friends with Elizabeth. It was more than that, wasn't it?
Perceptive as ever. You're right, we were together for a time.
Okay, so... what happened?
I was an orphan. I had always been alone. By my 30s, I was starting to wonder if that was simply my fate in life. And then I met Liz. We kept running into each other at conferences. We'd have coffee. At some point, it became drinks. I thought it was just shop talk, an exchange of ideas, but then I was surprised at how much I looked forward to seeing her. Soon we were flying halfway across the world every other week just to meet up. For the first time, I didn't feel lonely. I could imagine a future where I wasn't. I think Liz felt the same way at first. She had lost her mother a few years back. I filled a void for her. I know I did. But as time passed, it seemed as though she wanted less when I wanted more. And so we ended things.
So helping me, restoring Elizabeth's dream, it's what,
a second chance, yes. I made a mistake leaving Earth while Liz stayed behind. I should have done more. So when I saw you, a woman who has carved her own remarkable path, beyond even what made Liz a phenomenon, I knew I had to help you. To do right by her.
Why do you think Elizabeth pulled away?
I've wondered that for 1,000 years. She was brilliant, visionary. She cared so deeply for the world, for the betterment of humanity. But it also felt like she kept everyone at arm's length, including me. She never wanted to share her burdens. I think, in the end, she had a core that she never let anyone be part of. Sometimes I wonder if anyone really knew her.
I found a recording of you and Elizabeth back in the proving lab after Farzineth's attempt to steal Gaia.
Yes. A most unpleasant conversation.
She said something after the call. I think she regretted how things ended between you.
Did she? All this time, thank you for telling me. I've always hated that those were the last words we ever said to each other. And that her last impression of me was as a functionary of Farzineth, not who I truly am.
Why did you make the data channel look like your house?
I built that house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place, not just for me, but for the art stored in its depths. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly, some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see them?
Yes. Her upbringing was so cold and technical. I thought if she could experience Vermeer and Rembrandt, it would bring something else into her life. A heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into her. I'm sorry I had to cut off contact, but I'll never regret sharing this house with her. She needed its shelter even more than I did.
What else can we expect to find in the Zenith base?
As I mentioned in the briefing, our goal will be the command center. That's where Beta and Gaia are being held. There are also printing facilities where the others have been amassing the natural resources they've stripped from the region.
What for?
First for use in the base's infrastructure, and then to fabricate more Spectre drones, a small army of them. In addition, they've also been ferrying materials to and from our ship in orbit. After hundreds of years luxuriating in our digital comforts, the ship was barely space-worthy when we made our escape. Disaster can strike at any moment. We've learned our lesson.
Have you figured out how Silence's weapon works?
No, and he's been very careful not to allow me near it. I'll admit it bothers me, but regardless of how it functions, I am confident it will deactivate the other shields en masse.
How many of them are in the base?
10, including Eric and Gerard. Only a handful of us made it to our ship when our colony collapsed.
You said before that you're not like the other Zeniths. That you never were. But you went along with all of their plans.
Out of necessity. I'm not proud of it. But complicity became a means of survival, both when Earth was consumed and when the colony on Sirius was destroyed. I did what I had to. But I resolved to remain one step ahead of the others, to try to undo what damage I could. Hence the data channel with Beta. The secret passage into their base and the little trick I pulled to save you.
So, Eric. Was he always a bloodthirsty psychopath?
I believe he got worse over time. On Earth, he was the founder of a profitable private military company. A band of cutthroats, in other words. Even as governments abandoned human combatants in favor of automated warfare. He found success with clientele that required a more personal touch. There were also rumors that he personally hunted and killed his targets. On occasion, all for the thrill of it. But on Sirius, he retreated to virtual reality simulations. In them, he could go on rampages as violent as he pleased, though I suspect with diminishing satisfaction.
All of his tribe believes he was one of the greatest people from the old world.
Then they would be quite disappointed to meet him, though I'm sure he'd bask in the adoration.
What can you tell me about Gerard?
He was the head of the world's largest financial conglomerate, and as such had dealings with almost every major corporation. It made him one of the wealthiest people on Earth, and certainly the wealthiest among Far Zenith.
What does one person do with that much money?
Buy more power, more influence. Gerard's always believed himself to be a refined patrician, able to maintain control with a polished smile. But beneath that exterior is a cold and calculating operator. It was his decision to restrict Beta's upbringing to her digital educators, the avatars of the Apollo database, while we were painted as her benefactors.
Well, we'll deal with him soon enough. And the others.
I would very much like to see his face when he realizes we've beaten him.
When I was in the ruins of Vegas, I found data on a man named Stanley Chen. I think he was a Zenith.
Stanley, ever the optimist. He was one of the good ones. When we established our colony, he built an exact replica of Las Vegas in virtual reality. Lights, shows, gambling, every detail perfectly recreated. And while others cloistered themselves in their own fantasies, he flung his doors wide to everyone.
The way you're talking about him, I'm guessing he didn't make it back to Earth?
No, he perished when our colony was destroyed. He would have been thrilled to discover that part of his beloved city survived.
When Beta escaped and hid in an ancient research facility, I saw another one of the zeniths. Verbena. Who was she?
A dull star amidst a sea of brighter constellations. Unlike most of Far Zenith's members who amassed their wealth through shrewd business deals and technological achievements, Verbena inherited her billions. Her father had achieved great success in the luxury holotourism industry. At age 24, she became the world's most eligible bachelorette, branding herself a life designer. Someone who leverages their fame to influence the choice of others.
What? Like a cult?
In a way, yes.
Well, she must have done something right to have survived this long.
She was her own brand of ruthless. That much is true. But even rats can cling to a vessel for escape.
Okay, so I've had run-ins with a handful of zeniths. What about the rest?
An array of the wealthiest people on Earth. Titans of their industries.
And let me guess. All selfish and ruthless to the core?
Most, but not all. There were a few with whom I got along. Annika Murjani, for instance, was always delightful. She founded the Holonet's most successful dance channel and was herself mesmerizing to watch. And I had fascinating discussions with Song Jiao about her work in cellular biology. Our immortality treatments are due in part to her achievements. But then there were others like Devin Miller, the CEO of a fast food printing corporation. His only real preoccupations were perfecting his golf swing and taking self-hollows. When I think about all of us, we really should have accomplished more. We had eternity.
Okay. I'll let you know when it's time.
I'll be here until then. And thank you, Aloy, for giving me this chance. My past has always been a struggle. More than once I've lost everything. But when I look to the future, I see Liz's dream fulfilled. A universe of new possibilities.
Maybe we can make it happen.
We will. I won't let anything get in the way. I promise you that.
Remember, we need to get Silent back into the Zenith base intact if we want to take their shields down.
I miss Varl. It still hurts to think about him. I don't know if the pain will ever really go away. When I find that bastard, Eric, I'm gonna make him pay. Elizabeth and Tilda had a history. The more I learn about her life, the more complicated it seems. I guess she saw something good in Tilda. I don't know what exactly, but seems like it was enough. For a while, at least.
Just you wait, Varl. We're taking those space slugs down.
Aloy, aren't we meeting at the beach near the Zenith base?
We are. I just wanted to check in on everyone first. We're finally doing this.
Never thought I'd be off on a mission to take down a bunch of immortals from the stars. I can hear the drinking songs already.
You, talked to Tilda at all?
I tried. I don't think even a hot forge could melt that ice. And you say she wants to help?
I think so. Well, let's hope. Doesn't look like any of our guests are making trouble.
Yet. So, Katalo tells me you flew. Well, that's new. I've been busting my balls trying to learn to read. You're out there having all the fun.
Don't worry. You'll be getting all the fun you can handle soon. With the Zeniths.
Looking forward to it.
that one's not working right. You can have one of my spare focuses, you know.
Yeah, little bugger's got some personality, that's all. Saved my butt with those spectras. Wouldn't feel right to leave it behind now. You know, besides, it goes with my outfit.
Wouldn't want to spoil your look. Varl made the right call, you know, bringing you here.
Thanks. Yeah, Varl. You know, I never knew he had a sister. I found out a few days before you guys went to Gemini. I was, well, to be honest, I was terrified I'd screw up the mission somehow. So he sat me down for a drink. Just one, mind you. And we talked about family. Vala, Ursa, loss and revenge. How you helped us.
You know, we never did get that drink you promised back in the Embrace. And you never told me exactly how your sister escaped the Mad Sun King.
I guess we never got around to it. World ending and all. No time like the present, though. If you're up for it.
I guess Silence is keeping to himself, as usual.
I was hoping he'd give me an excuse to hammer his sorry ass to the ground.
Please don't.
You telling me you wouldn't want to get just one good hit on that smug face of his? After everything he's done?
Sure. Later. Right now, he's got something we need. You think it's time for us to finally have that drink?
Yeah? I mean, yeah, of course. Oh.
So, how did Ursa escape Mad Sun King Jiran's palace?
Well, first she had to survive the Sun Ring. See, during the war, the Karja threw a prisoner a day in there. And, you know, for what? To die as sacrifices, fighting machines in a pit. Thinking somehow that was gonna appease all the other deranged machines in the world? Ha! And when it was Ursa's turn, the Karja thought she'd go down if they threw a big machine at her.
Oh, but she didn't.
And she defeated all of them. Even got some of Jiran's kestrels for good measure. And the Mad Sun King was impressed, I guess. Thought it'd be funny to have her run around his palace as a servant. He enjoyed humiliating her that way.
I remember you telling me something about that. That's how she met Avad. He helped her escape.
Yeah, but what no Karja scroll will ever tell you is how the young prince snuck Ursa out of the palace. He knew their best chance was to get Ursa to blend in, so he got her everything she needed to disguise herself as a Karja noblewoman. Yeah, perfumes, veils, and all.
I get the feeling she wasn't too happy with that.
Oh man, Ursa would have rather fought her way out of that palace with her bare hands than put on all of that Karja eye paint. But Avad insisted it was the only way, so she agreed under one condition. Avad had to dress up as well.
She made Avad dress up like a noblewoman?
As perfumed and powdered as a babe. Ursa said he looked better like that than he ever did in a crown.
That would, definitely make for an interesting sight.
Oh, it worked like a charm, too. Not only did they make it out of the palace, they paid a traveling merchant to get Ursa to the border, and none were the wiser.
You were right. That was a story best told over a drink.
All good stories are.
I guess I should get going.
I'll see you at the rendezvous point, with my hammer ready.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
We're ready to meet you at the rendezvous point whenever you call.
Fighting the Zeniths isn't going to be easy.
Nothing you do ever is. At least, now you don't have to do it alone.
Thanks. Thoughts on our new Zenith acquaintance?
I'd say she smells like death, but even death smells of something. She's more like a cold piece of metal, bent on repelling all semblance of life.
She's definitely different. Everyone here, training, working together. If it weren't for Varl, none of it would have happened.
You know, there was this one night, right before Varl left with you to go to Gemini. He realized I was having trouble sleeping. I was nervous about the mission. To be honest, I think we both were. So, he asked me to join him in Gaia's dome. He brought up this hologram of Earth that you two found back in the Zenith launch facility. We sat there, just looking at it. I thought about how Plainsong was just a speck on that great sphere. How every corner of it must be teeming with life. And any fears I had about our mission were gone. I miss him terribly.
I know. Ready to head over to the Zenith base?
Whatever comes, we will endure.
You look like you have something on your mind.
We're going to war soon. And war is something I promised myself I'd left behind in the Red Raids. But the more of your data I go through, every voice I hear, every word I read from our ancient past, it makes me realize just how much life was given so that ours could flourish. Fighting for that gift, it's our responsibility. If we fail, it was all for naught.
Helps to know you're not alone.
For a moment there, you sounded like Varl.
I don't know what you're talking about. Read anything interesting lately?
I found out the old ones use leaf infusions like the Utaru do. Tea, they call it. Apparently it helped soothe them. That and some sort of scented wax they used to cleanse their aura. Plus something called bubble baths. Me, I think I'll stick to singing to calm the nerves.
Have you talked to any of our new friends?
Aaron and I tried speaking to Sylens, but apparently our tribal prattle is unnecessary.
Charming, isn't he? How's Aaron doing?
For a moment there, he thought he'd lost both you and Varl. But he never truly succumbed to despair. Guess that Oseram's stubbornness comes in handy sometimes.
Have you met our new Quen guest yet?
I could barely keep up as she gave herself a tour of the base. Varl gave her a new focus. Though when he told her she was free to access all the data we have here, she turned so pale I thought she'd faint on the spot. We showed her to the archive room so she could see for herself. She hasn't left the place since.
That sounds like Alva. How are things with everyone?
Slightly quieter. Aaron's been busy scouring data on his newest obsession. Apparently the old ones wrestled machines as some kind of performance. Called it metal versus meat. A must-see battle between steel and flesh, as Aaron likes to put it. You'd think we have enough of that going around as it is.
You and Aaron seem to be on better terms now.
He may have terrible taste in music, but he did apologize for mocking my tribe. And that ale he keeps raving about isn't half bad. I still plan on beating that stubborn face of his to break our sparring stalemate.
Try not to hurt him too bad. I should go. I'll let you know when I'm ready to head to the base.
Before you do, there is one favor I would ask of you.
What is it?
You placed this focus in my care, and gave me the highest calling an Utaru has ever known. If I should fall in battle, I'd like you to be the one to bury my seed pouch. For the both of us.
So...
make sure you stay alive to do so.
let's just try to all come back home. Okay?
I keep thinking... he's just gonna be standing there.
Ha!
Where have I seen these before? Ah, there it is.
Slowly. Slowly.
Those vines are blocking the way into the tower. Day's winding down. But that doesn't mean I am. What's back here? I think I can climb up this cliff. Looks like this camp was abandoned a while ago. Stuff for the stash. Another signal tower. Might be a lens I can grab for Reyna at the top. tower is barely holding together. One of the signal devices. Should be a lens I can grab for Reyna. Okay. I think that's the last lens. I should trade with Reyna the next time I'm in Barrenlight.
to the hunting grounds. Step right up. Don't be shy. I'll take care of this.
Fearless.
So you decided to visit the hunting grounds. Good on you. Isvad here has all kinds of trials, so hotshots like you can put their machine hunting skills to the test. Or as the Tenakth call it, earning your stripes. Who knew they'd have hunting grounds, too? Isvad here says they stole the idea from the Karja.
Funny. The Tenakth say the same thing about them.
Don't go telling Isvad here that, or he'll turn as red as his uniform. He's still mad the Tenakth used this place for a while after they kicked the Karja out of the region. Tell you what, though. If you've been going out west, I could convince Isvad to give you some of the medals the Tenakth left behind. You know, as rewards for earning stripes. They'd be better off with you than sitting here collecting dust.
Thanks.
Oh, and if you happen to play Strike, my friend over there has some nifty pieces to trade. You need anything for the trials, come see me. I have some wares I'm sure you'd find handy. Good luck.
You wish to practice your hunting skills, Savior? If you're looking for medals prized by the Tenakth, you can earn them here, Savior. Oh, and I'd like you to have this, if you care to use it. Consider it my thanks for getting Thurles out of trouble. Go down the ropes, and I'll start timing you.
There's another cauldron out there that has override data on that machine.
changed your mind, Savior? Remain vigilant in your travels, Savior.
Looking for a real challenge?
He's giving me a bad time. Or did you miss that part?
No, I saw.
Is that what I think it is?
Now you've got all your lenses.
My pops would be sad they're tearing down those towers. But he'd be happy these lenses were spared. Many thanks to you, Aloy. Oh, here. What I owe you. Now, this has truly been a profitable endeavor for the both of us.
So what are you gonna do next?
I'm taking these back to the claim. Ankle's all better, and I miss the stench of soot in the air.
Let's hope you don't find any more opportunities on your way there.
No promises. Good luck, Aloy.
What did you expect? Bella doesn't take any slackers.
your chain reaction. I can turn this around. fall. Can't hook onto that. That worked. What's in here? It looks like this was a Karja fort. Might have been abandoned when the Tanakhs pushed the Karja army back to Barren Light. Might be worth looking around. Doesn't look like it's blocking the way up, though. No more of those. This stuff looks to knock. Oh, there's nothing useful. we'll connect. Night's coming. Better stay alert.
Raja moja, ovdje stajemo, znači, dovoljno za danas. Hvala svima koji ste bili tu, hvala svima. Evo, bila i Vanja, novi jedan, i Mišku, i Rambo, i Vrejdu, i svi koji su tu bili, Foxu. Znači, hvala svima na podršci, znači, to bilo za danas. Vidimo se ako Bog da sutra u narednom live-u, jel, nada se uživali, evo, danas smo 9,5 sati, jučer 11,5 sati, skoro 12. To znači bilo. Hvala još jednom svima, želim vam prijatnu noć, hvala na podršci, pa se vidimo na narednom live-u. Ćao, čao, čao.